on. If anyone's in the competitive space. Chara ended up streaming an English broadcast of the stream with Fuzzy. That's it. Yeah. Oh, very, very there was a lot to take from that whole tournament. Both meta implications, weapon implications, just the way that high level Splatoon is played. Super cool. You missed it? Yeah, it started at like 7 in the morning, so I'm gonna be honest, I like stayed up until like 4 or 5 o'clock, and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like staying up. I'll just watch it again. I'll just watch it later. But Char streamed all of it except for the last match, because I think their PC setup died, which was sad. But those things happen, you know? What can you do? What can you do? Yeah, if anyone wanted to watch, I believe this is Char's link to the English broadcast. Yo, what's up, Vaz? Welcome. And then I think there is in that video description, or no, I think it's the top comment. Chara pinned a comment that said like, here's the final game, and it like timestamps to the, I believe it's the Japanese broadcast. So you can see the final match of the whole tournament, but it was really cool. I always love those kinds of, like, I love the setup of those. It's like round one, they always pin like a Western team versus a Japanese team. So it was just interesting to see the different playstyle and everything. Yo, what's up, Sons? Alright, what is... I'm gonna be honest, this does not look like a rotation I want to play right now. We might just hop right into some reviews and get caught up on that. What's up? What's the next rotation? Cool maps. I don't... Well, we'll play eventually. We'll definitely play this rotation. One of those blast music at max volume days. Honestly, I feel that. Sometimes, like, it's so weird. As you get older, like, finding time to have outlets for things makes... it makes so much more sense on... like, the dynamic of, like, driving to get food. You know, like go to the grocery store or go out and shop or something. Like, it's way... It's like precious time now versus like, oh, I just want to get home and like do whatever thing. And a lot of times my ability to like listen to music loud and stuff is during like car rides and stuff, especially during as one of the few pleasures when we did like cross country moves and there's like 3 days of driving. Like, because you have to drive basically the entire day and then crash at the end of the day, you're able to just like, I don't, like, while you're driving, you just have, like, you know, you go into it trying to have like a, you know, make a playlist for everything, or at least that's what I did, because I don't like using data if I don't have to. So I was like, download everything beforehand. It's like I have like my playlist. I'm in like one of those giant moving trucks, so like I have to blast the music, otherwise I just hear the sound of the wind and the sound of just the truck and everything. And it was I don't know, it's funny that you bring up the blasting music kind of day, because finding time to blast music is always nice. GP players go so hard, it's not even a GP players are better stance. Splatoon's so popular in Japan, the skill pool is just wider. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's hard to talk through like the culture in terms of like at least the esports side of things, just because yeah, I don't speak the language, so I'm not super familiar. But I think there's a lot that we can learn from stuff that we watched, and seeing Japan meme with certain weapons and just kind of run over the West is it's interesting. But shout out to Starburst with Kyo and his sub, or I'm assuming a sub, for spoilers, but for bringing home a little bit of glory. But yeah, Japan's, I think they have a very interesting approach to like the game, and I need more reps of watching different modes. Because that's one of the things with this tournament, is that a lot of Japan tournaments are traditionally like spot zones only. So it's really interesting to see them like play other modes. I don't know. Because the way that they play Clam Blitz in the tournament, I can't tell if it's like, I don't know. I hope that they have review codes posted at some point. I think they did it before, but I would love to get all of that stuff recorded and uploaded before the end of the season, which I think is like Thursday. So if they are going to post codes, it'll probably be in a day or two, and I would love to get that. But otherwise, I don't know. It's super interesting. Very hard to follow, I have to say. It's scary the amount of, I think that's one of the I understand, like, as you play any competitive game, the pace of play gets higher and higher, but it's always fascinating to me watching, like, I don't know, like the risk that they're willing to take, but it's not even necessarily like risky, like what they're trying to do. I know it sounds weird, but they will play certain play styles and get a ton of value because they're like, top players are trying to push the boundaries of, you know, how much, like, if your team gets wiped and you're like the last one up, it's not like a nervous, like, oh, like I need to stay alive, like I can't poke out or do anything too risky. It's like, no, I'm, you know, I think I can hold this, or, you know, there might be a certain like weapon matchup that I'm confident taking, or, you know, I can hold this area and potentially jump out if I need to. But they're always, the min maxing is always just super impressive to watch, and it really makes you appreciate, like at that level, it really makes you appreciate like mechanical skill and stuff. Because I'm definitely someone that favors like strategy, game plan, and everything more so than like the mechanical skill. But when you're playing at that high of a level, it really is like those mechanics you really need. Like, you can climb very high with just understanding the, you know, how the game needs to be played and just not hesitating with any decisions that you make. But in order to actually like win one of those, it requires people to pop off. And there's some really awesome like matches, really interesting player like pop-offs. And yeah, there was some really cool moments, and I hope, I don't know, like I would love to review some of those games. I don't know how much value I would be for them, but at least for myself, I'd love to go back through it. And it would be more of like me trying to pick apart useful things than like, oh, this was like great. Like, there's certain parts that I think I would want to highlight, especially for certain weapons like Inkjet and Kraken, especially, and the way that they use it and how they get value out of it. Because I think it's a way of thinking about the game that we don't often think about the game in the West. And you can hear that sometimes through the commentary. I think Chara and Fuzzy were like the two, like for the English broadcast, they did the commentary and they were like, I love the duo. Fuzzy was talking about like not having enough time to compete. Fuzzy is so fantastic for the community, and I wish that they like did more stuff. They do a lot of like really high level analytical content, and they like do high level scrims, and they like, you know, they got second place in the tournament over the weekend. They're a very good player, but they're like hearing that, like analyzing the game to that degree and also having the experience, you know, because like if someone's trying to like learn the game and like improve and stuff, like I can help with a lot of it, but there's also a lot that I would like to learn from others and like hear that type of commentary and hearing a breakdown of the game and from a perspective of someone that actually has like, you know, obviously it'd always be nice to hear from people that play different weapons, different roles and stuff, but really hearing it from people that have a lot of high level experience. Because I just think as a community, like we just don't collaborate a lot, you know, or if there is collaboration, it's done in silos, like either based off of, because I know that there's like some servers for like, you know, like a server for Tint and a server for Wipers, and like I think a lot of weapons have like their own servers. I don't know how, like I don't know if there's a lot of tech shared there. I'm not really a part of any of those because I hate having to dig through Discord to find information, but I don't know. There's not a lot of collaborative spaces, and there's only a handful of content creators that really break stuff down. And I think there's a lot of people that have done a very beautiful job of doing that and continue to do a really nice job of it, but I would like to just see more. I think that we're undersaturated, like very, very, like we're starved for that type of content. And I think, I don't know, it almost feels like we need like a certain degree of like leadership of having those kinds of conversations in order for them to happen more organically. Because you can tell, like, you know, whether content creators want to or not, like they're a lot of times in control of the discourse that happens for that week. And, you know, if someone makes a tier list for something, then other content creators are also going to make tier lists, and then the community's making their own tier list, and like the discussion can get interesting, you know, as long as it's not like toxic, and you know, sometimes it can be silly, and if you want the silly content, then that's there, you know, it doesn't have to be all serious all the time. But I don't know, I hope we can find a balance point closer to really push ourselves in the way that we think about this game and the speed that we play this game, you know, and really, like I said, just push ourselves, try to look to improve, try to do better. And I think sometimes we just kind of flounder a little bit, and then we focus on other things. It's easier to have a conversation about why we don't like, you know, certain metas or certain weapons versus like really trying to dissect it and understand how to like play past it. And that was one of the cool things going back to the Spot World Championships that happened this morning, depending on your time zone, but happened about 12 hours ago, was the fact that you know, there's a lot of players that understand the game way better than anyone in the West, and we get super punished because we don't challenge ourselves in that way. I think that's one of the tough parts about watching a team like Starburst, like a very dominant team in the West. Obviously a very, very good team, but you can tell when they play on like a global stage that they just haven't been challenged in the West to the degree that they get pushed themselves. So hopefully we can build some of that organically and start trying to challenge each other a little bit more. And obviously, like, I'd have to hear from the players when it comes to like latency and other stuff. Like there's very clear moments when watching the broadcast of like, and you know, if you've played Splatoon, you understand like latency and stuff can be an issue. But you know, just the overall higher level ideas. Like we need to get better. It's not, in order for top teams to improve, they need to be able to play against people that improve, that you know, fuel their ability to actually improve at the game. And it really requires, I mean, the ideal approach for us to get better as a, you know, a Western region and everything is like we have to build from like the, like increase the level of play at all ranks and at all skills. Like the way that, like, obviously I think we have good content to introduce people into Splatoon, but like content to introduce very important concepts for people that are learning about the game. It just, we're lacking in a lot of departments. Yo, what's up, Astral? Welcome in, welcome in. I'm probably way behind on chat, so I apologize, but yeah, I don't know. It's just like, it's like the equivalent of like you get out of the movie theater after watching like a movie that you've been excited for all weekend, and then you just like, oh, I need people to like talk through this with. So I hope that there's replay codes, because I would love to at least get stuff recorded. If they were like, I'd like to do it on stream, but you know, at least at the very least, just record the raw footage so that if anyone wants to go back to it, we have an ability to go back to the overhead and all the player cams. So that's, hopefully I can do that, and hopefully those codes exist, but we'll see how that goes. If I ever make a Splatoon music tier list, I physically don't know where I'd put Bang. I don't know what any of these songs are. Can't decide if it's good or a meme. I don't know any of the names of, well, I played Splatoon 2 and I didn't even know the names of maps until like the very end. But I could not tell you a single song in the game. I know there's one where like Pearl is like wailing out, and that one can be a little intense when I'm trying to focus. That's the only reason why I remember it. But for me, at least, like the music, I can enjoy it outside of the game, but like when I'm actually playing, it just blends in with everything else. It's just additional noise. Like, thanks for the review the other day. Gave me hope recently. I've been considering just dropping the game. Really? Well, glad to hear. Yeah, I was it was a pleasure to watch your Tetra gameplay. Again, as I was saying during the review, like you have a very, I love the way that your brain thinks about the game, and like the certain, like you putting certain decisions into practice. I think you're way ahead in a lot of departments. But yeah, good to hear. We could probably play some like some League and stuff. Like I'd love to play like more League with everyone. I'm gonna be grinding a lot more League once that comes out with the new update, so we'll see how this goes. Let me catch up real quick. I'm gonna get Walder and then we'll find the review code. All good. Oh yeah, for sure. So this is the easiest way for review codes. There's a channel for VOD submissions. I don't know why I couldn't remember that. There's a VOD submissions channel that you can post in. If you don't want to use Discord, that you can also use this Google form that I created that has the same template that I would like to use in the VOD submission area. But yeah, so yeah, I mean, the replay codes and stuff will just be like a continual thing. Like it's just going to be part of the stream. The balance of it all may shift a little bit in terms of like the amount that I do per stream. Like I'm still trying to figure out the overall balance that I like, and it may just be one of those things where it changes depending on the stream. Because there's some streams where like I don't really feel like playing, and it's just like, oh man, like let's just do a handful of VODs. Like this is super fun. But then sometimes there's like a lot of reviews. I'm like, oh, I should probably get through these because like I've fallen a little bit behind. I missed a couple days of streaming, and it's like, man, I you know, usually if there's a rotation I'm really passionate about, I'll just play it anyways. But you know, figuring out what that balance is, and I think some days it might be heavier on the reviews, and some days it might be like one or two. So we'll have to see where the balance is. But I've been really again, I've really appreciated like the conversation with everyone. I'm always just fascinated with how other people look at the game and interpret the game, and the decisions they make while they play the game. I love learning about like the different tech. Like a lot of people that submit reviews are, weapon specialists, and there may be like a handful of things throughout the game where it's like, I didn't even know that was possible, or this is a very advantageous spot for this weapon against this other weapon, and like there's like little bits of like matchup knowledge that I've actually been able to use in some of my competitive matches just from watching all the gameplay. So like, I definitely think it's something where we all hopefully can find value out of it. But overall, I find the discussion really nice, and I appreciate that. So I want to make sure that I continue fostering that, and find the balance so that I can continue to level up my knowledge of the game and be able to find examples and find other ways of having that kind of educational content. Like one of the things that I mentioned before is like wanting to do more like professional review type stuff, and like if we could get replay codes of some of the Splat World Championship, like I'm not going to go to the end of it and be like, oh, like, they should have done this and this and this, but like really try to highlight things that I catch when watching the broadcast and stuff that I think other people would be able to hopefully find value as well. Oh, Discord works great. Nice. Yeah, I would love more reviews. Anyone is more than welcome to submit a review. I mentioned it before. I don't have a good timing window on it, but at least 2 days before the beginning of the season, any reviews that get through, I'll make sure that, if there, which realistically there might only be a handful more reviews until then, but if there was like 20 reviews, we'll get through all 20 of them. So if you're a little bit scared all into the season, they may not get to it, I will definitely get to it. Don't you worry, my friend. But yeah, there's a lot of ways I would like to do that, and some of the, like, I really enjoyed it. It was very long-winded and I didn't have anything scripted, but like when I was going through last stream on Friday and just kind of talking through like what I was doing, like learning and painting and stuff, and just how I practice painting on the map, there's a lot of like, I don't know, that was like a fun little like segment that I didn't really plan for, but again, the conversations that we were just kind of having and talking through everything it's something that it just, I don't know, like I ended this, like finished the stream and stuff, and I was like, man, that felt nice. I was, like I enjoyed the reviews. I enjoyed, I think I played a little bit, I don't remember, but just having like these impromptu, like different ways of approaching the game. I don't want to just do reviews. I love reviews and I want that to be a part of, kind of what we do here, but I also want to, I think there's better ways to administer content than just purely like, this is what I would have done, or this is how I approach the stuff. I think there's other ways that we can get stuff out. And, I think one thing for me, content creation wise, like I'm not very good at editing. I've gotten quicker at like easy editing, which has been nice for me, but it's still like a process. So anything I can do like on stream, if I have something that's a little bit more scripted, at least the topic, it's not like, oh, I'm going to go through the script live on the stream, but if I want to talk about a specific thing and then I highlight a couple points I want to go through, like if I can do that like during the stream and like take questions and go through all that stuff and, capture that conversation as we go through it, then I think that could help kind of diversify some of the content that I'm able to do and stuff. So I'm looking at all this from a lot of different angles. I'm sure y'all do not care. So let me get water, then we'll get into it. Also, I need to catch up again. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That 1 year's world tournament, Clan Blitz from Splatoon 2. I don't even think I've seen that. I came into competitive Splatoon really late. I only played Splatoon 2 on launch for like a month or two. I got like to S or S plus. I'm like, all right, I'm done. I beat the game. I understand Splatoon. Easy peasy. Fortunately, I came back and found another appreciation for the game. 3 super clam jumps? Oh no. On Manta. Sheesh. I think we can push to improve without hating ourselves or others. No, for sure, for sure. I don't know. Like, I understand people's perspective when it comes to I need water. My mouth is going to dry out. Let me get some water because y'all bring up good topics and I want to talk about it. I don't want to just like read through chat and be like, oh, we're done. You know, like I want to have the conversation. So give me like probably 2 minutes to get this water bottle filled up. This thing is massive, and then we'll continue through. Thank you for that, Hadrian. Alrighty. Talking is fun. That's where I'm at. Anyways, we're talking about like yeah, pushing ourselves to improve. So yeah, when it comes to improvement, I think I don't know. I know that there's a certain section of like competitive players that really want to bring more like hype to the game in a weird way. And it's like some people think that we could make Splatoon 3's competitive scene a more enjoyable experience if there were like more hype storylines and there was more drama and there's, you know, people trash talking and having, you know, still be respectful, still be friendly. I think that's just assumed when it comes to all of this. But, you know, have those types of storylines of, you know, rivalries and the back and forth nature. And, you know, I definitely don't think that that's wrong. But I think some people get too focused on it. And people are too focused on the idea of like, you know, this game's gonna be sanitized. Yo, Yanbon Live, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you, appreciate you. And like, I think that's something we can definitely like strive for, you know? I think if it gets forced, it can be kind of cringy, but I think those, like, the thing that I take from some of that is the fact that, the point that I see isn't that we need more trash talking necessarily, but I do think that we need to highlight the people in the community more often with like, you know, interviews during the week. You know, there's something like the Popcast, for example. I'm not trying to tell these people how to like run their stuff, but like Popgun does an awesome job with like low ink previews and highlighting a lot of like low ink teams, and you know, does have a lot of people to interview within the community, and that's like super cool. But I think we could do, you know, we could have more. And I'm not trying to throw the responsibility on Popgun. I'm just using Popgun as an example because, you know, most people know and love Popgun. So it's something that to give a comparison to. But I think, you know, with some of the pregame like tournament stuff, I think getting conversations from different teams and like, you know, for like the Nintendo events, they actually do a pretty good job of that. InkTV did a wonderful job, and you get like, you know, those somewhat organic moments from like Madness talking about like, you know, who are these people with some of the other teams that qualified then, and like, you know, just hold forward and stuff. Like give the players an opportunity for their personalities to shine. It doesn't have to be like this, you know, very fabricated like trash talk kind of segment type of thing, but you know, that stuff will naturally happen if we give people a spotlight. And I do think the interest there's an interesting dynamic in the Splatoon community, which like for a lot of reasons it's like totally fine, but we don't promote ourselves as like players all that much. Like a lot of people are known like just through name alone, and not like, you know, people either can't put like a face to the name, or people can't put you know, like the way that people perceive the game and talk about the game and think about it. Like unless someone like streams a ton, and there's probably only a handful of like top players that really do that. You know, I stream a decent amount, but like who cares about me? You know, it's like I'm just another player in the overall scheme of things. But and I think everyone's journey is important regardless of where you're at and stuff. But I think, you know, pre-tournament type of interviews I think would be cool. I really don't. I wish that we were able to do more post-game interviews, like like in the middle of a tournament or something, or like after a set. Like if we just took like a little bit, or even just, I think especially at the end of a tournament, and just kind of talk through stuff. I think that's something that we've seen at LANs that we did a pretty good job at. I can't remember the tournament, but I remember like Vic was there doing some interviews, and like I think Char did some interviews, like conducted and like talked through them. But like, you know, LANs are a good environment to have that kind of face-to-face interaction, but I think we could do a little bit of a better job. And like, you know, some people aren't comfortable with it, some people are minors, and like, you know, anonymity and your online personal safety is always the most important thing. But you know, even if it was just voice and like whatever their profile picture is on like Discord or something, like I think it just having those conversations just to understand like, you know, who these players are, because a player like, because I'm still new to the community, but like, you know, a player like Madness that I think like they've been doing some more streaming, but like I learned so much about their personality based off of the InkTV interviews, and I had nothing else to know about them other than seeing their gameplay and be like, yeah, they're a really good sloshing machine player, and they're like, their mechanics are like next level kind of thing. That's like all I could really tell you about them from before. But now we have like these little like talking points and like things that we can meme about, and it's just like a fun interaction. So there is that part of it. Anyways, I went on a long tangent about nothing. The bigger point I'm trying to make here is that us as a community, and kind of like what you were mentioning, there's a way for us as a community, like the game can be more hype and more interesting, and we can promote it better by also like improving at the game. Some of that comes with talking about the game in a way that's like analytical and intelligent. And also when I bring it back to like the Splat World Championships, I think some of the weapon choices, and I'd have to listen to we'd have to, I don't know. Like some of the weapon choices in like the early rounds, people were playing like Hydra, and people were playing like a bunch of blasters and stuff, and they won with it. But I don't know how much of that was like, you know, we can, against the level of competition that we're playing, we can play pretty, not disrespectful, but they don't have to go as hard, so they can kind of meme around a little bit and still like find success because they understand how to play Splatoon better than their opponents. And I'm not sure how much of it is that, or how much they actually see legitimate value out of it. But you could definitely see a lot of trends in terms of stuff like 96, you know, like we've had Melon provide some context as to why, you know, at least him and some of the other people, like top players in Japan, like find value out of 96, where we often trash it in the West and stuff. But like understanding about a lot of the meta and really understanding how the game should be played can open up the game in very interesting ways. And a lot of teams ran like having a zap with not a lot of teams, but like there was some teams like Chocopero would play on like Rainmaker specifically, which I think Rainmaker and Clan Blitz, it definitely makes sense. I don't know about the other modes, but you know, that just goes to show my interpretation and understanding of the meta. But like Tacticooler, so Chocopero would play the Zap 89, the gray Zap with the Tacticooler, and would run like Tacticooler for Rainmaker, and like it's hard without providing a visual, but it did a very good job of, and like it seemed like very successful to where it wasn't necessarily just like memeing, and it was a very hard playstyle. And obviously it's not just Tacticooler, it's the context of all of the weapons and everything at the same time, but there was a lot of interesting meta picks, a lot of interesting uses of specials, either that we think are good or we think are bad. And seeing them really get value. But I think one thing that we do just that we could get better at when we talk about this game, and it's part of the reason why I hate tier list, you know, like as entertaining as tier lists are, you know, I'm guilty of watching 2-3 hour tier list of ranking every, I don't remember the one, there's some tier list of like ranking like a bunch of racing games over, I don't even know, I think it might have been on Nintendo consoles. But it was like a 5-hour video or something, and I just like I get sucked into those as well. Like I'm not here to say that it's not entertaining, but when you put stuff on a tier list, like you put things into like a vacuum, and we don't keep context in mind for all of it, which really is a reductionist way of thinking and trying to understand this game. And I understand that people don't make tier lists to try to reduce it, but when your audience is consuming it, some of it for entertainment, some of it just to have like a fun, you know, either discussion or argument or like banter about certain weapons being better or worse. You know, there's that entertainment side, but there are, I'm sure, a non-zero amount of either casual or newer players or people that just want to get into the game competitively, where the tier list is like where they're looking to like start trying to understand the game, because it is like you can break stuff down in a way that's nice, but I don't think it's all that helpful in a lot of cases, and a lot of things get overlooked when it comes to that. And I don't know what people, I don't know where people put like certain weapons and specials and stuff on tier lists, because I can't keep track. But something like Kraken, something like even something like Inkjet and Zipcaster to a point where we know those specials are good in the right hands, and obviously Inkjet right now is like probably far overtuned and probably needs a little bit of a nerf, either indirectly through ballpoint or just directly through the special itself. But we lose a lot of context and a lot of value, and I think that's where we find these gaps in the way that we understand the game. Is these gaps happen because we're not looking at things contextually. We're just looking at this is the special. Let me drink water because I'm talking a lot. One thing I've noticed a lot watching hold on, I spilled a drink. Give me a second. Spilled a little bit of water. But I'm gonna go over how some of those miscommunications can happen when it comes to specials, but I need to clean this up. I always make a mess. I'm so clumsy. 1 second. And sorry, this is gonna take a little bit. I might have to throw another game on after this, but there's a double doozy mess. I thought I knocked over a water bottle, but that water bottle knocked over coffee. So we were cleaning up a little bit. It's not too bad, but there's a little bit of coffee. We get the full cafe aroma. But this is the context of this gameplay was oh, this was in the zone. This was a Sendu tournament, which Sendu, this was like, I think the second tournament that Sendu made that used a system that he like created a whole tournament interface through the Sendu site. And yeah, we kind of lost pretty bad, but we had some good sets. I keep going for crabs up there and it never works out. Fortunately, my teammates are beast. This was the first match, but first round. Yo, Rally, thanks for the raid. Currently cleaning up a coffee mess that I made. But how did the stream go? What were you up to? Were you playing in one of those, I know they had that one tournament going on. I don't know if you participated. I think there's 2 tournaments today outside of the Splat World Championship. But what were you up to? How were things? Hopefully all went well. Kaito, thank you for the follow. Alright, we're almost back. Mess has been properly taken care of. Appreciate everyone's patience. This has not been the start of the stream that I was at. Anticipating. Alrighty. Yeah, we ended up losing that set. We won game 1, but I don't remember how close these other games were. Yeah, I remember Miner kind of popped off on us. We did not have a plan to deal with the bucket. And then game 3 was also pretty tough. So anyways. Let me get back into it. Also gotta move stuff again. tried to rearrange stuff so we don't spill again, but we'll see how that goes. Feed me codes. The part of the title's funny to me, yeah. Welcome in, Tra. Stream went well. Good to hear, good to hear. First time in rotation that you don't want to play. That's fair. Your Maker's my favorite mode. Getting 1700. You're content until you can further improve. Yeah, part of that is also, you know, playing the game and trying to get reps in. You know what's up, InSynCon, hello. Welcome back. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna be honest, I kind of forgot what I was initially talking about. Oh yeah, we're talking about pushing and improving. So yeah, so one example I was talking about in terms of like specials is that a lot of times stuff like Kraken gets rated pretty low outside of like Clan Blitz cheese, which it was really interesting to see the at that tournament. There was a lot of Kraken jump-ins for clams, but they play it a little bit different than how a lot of people interpret like jumping in with a clam as being. But yeah, so one of the things with that was really interesting with Kraken and also yeah, something like a Zipcaster that was used a lot in like Inkjet is there's like this secondary of value of popping those specials and the fact that you can play very aggressive to a certain degree when you use Zipcaster or when you use Inkjet, or depending on the level of pressure that you have, because you can still get canceled out of these. But with Kraken as well, like you're able to safely take more space in certain areas because you're able to move afterwards. And it's okay if you're super jump, because like the recall location for, especially for Inkjet and Zipcaster, obviously Kraken's a little bit different, but in a lot of cases during those matches, like you can see something like a ballpoint or you can see something like a stamper, like push the value that they get out of the main weapon in the sub because they have their special available and they can reposition when they're getting overwhelmed. So a lot of times people will use specials offensively, you know, to like, oh, you know, our team has control of mid. I'm going to pop Inkjet. I'm going to go over, you know, top mid and get, you know, hold high ground, and we're going to like clean the stuff up. But you're able to actually hold space and hold value and hold certain parts of the map because you're in the air for like an extended period of time, or with Kraken, you're invincible for an extended period of time. And like having the special as a safety tool allows it allows you to hold more space, and it allows the rest of your team to get value and be able to move forward. Because if you're like the last person alive, hopefully there's a proper translation. I can't find. I'm so sorry, I can't pronounce your name, but thank you so much for the follow. If you're able to give provide something that I can pronounce, I would love to do so, but I am very American and not very cultured, so I don't know. Oh, what tournament? This is the Nintendo, or no, it's not Nintendo. It's the Splat World Championships. There was like qualifiers, so there was 8 teams. 4 of them qualified through Japan, and then 4 of them were Western teams, and they qualified through different ways. But all of the tournament except for the final match, because Chara's PC died, ended up was streamed through Chara's stuff this morning. But Chara has a pinned comment to find the other stream that has the final match. Non-beery means easygoing. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm sure I butchered the pronunciation, but thank you so much for the support, and thank you for a little bit of an explanation so that I'm able to learn a little bit. But it's nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. And hopefully you've been enjoying all the Splatoon stuff this weekend. So yeah, again, I hope that there's replay codes. If not, I can probably just watch the rebroadcast, but I would love to have like proper replay codes. Because it's something that especially like ballpoints and stampers can get a ton of value out of. As well as 96. Like part of what makes 96 so strong is like the wall. Like the amount of space that the rest of the team can take when you go aggressive as 96 is ridiculous. And I think a lot of the top teams did a really good job of like displaying that during the tournament and stuff. So I would love to have, there's specific examples I'd like to highlight. So hopefully they have review codes that I can like break down and also like analyze the game outside of just the broad, because Splatoon's too fast of a game. There's only so much from a broadcaster perspective that like you can really capture. And I think the broadcasting, they did a really good job, but like, you know, there's so much more context that you need for like every decision that happens in the game. Like going back to like tier lists and stuff, it's like, that's why tier lists lose a lot of value if you try to use them from like an educational perspective, and I think a lot of people just use it for entertainment. Also it's easy clicks, let's be real, but you know, it can still be a lot of fun discussion. I still like watching tier list stuff, but I think the market quickly gets overly saturated when one person makes a tier list or when a new patch comes out and then everyone's making a tier list for it. Like it's definitely it's a fun thing, like it's a fun event for everyone to kind of discuss the game, but we need more. And like, you know, trying to think about something like Tacticooler or think about the value of being able to reposition very safely or not be able to die in the case of a Kraken. There's a lot of inherent value that also requires you to play with your team. So like part of it is the context of the match itself and not just the power level of a special in a vacuum, but also with like you only get as much value as the rest of your team is able to provide with it. And I think, you know, when you watch a lot of high level play, which was in the Splat World Championships that we saw, it's just very like it requires the rest of their team to be moving forward and ready to push. Because even if an inkjet is like, if a ballpoint's getting pushed by like 2 people and right when they inkjet, their recall is like in a dangerous spot kind of, because the enemy team is able to hold down that area right when you use the special, it still gives your team time to cover it during the duration of the actual special. And in a lot of cases, people would use inkjets or would use a zipcaster in a very dangerous spot. But by the time that they've recalled, the rest of the team has played around that information and have either taken the space or, you know, potentially use you as bait. But also, you know, there's trade-offs. And if you take those trade-offs, then you can find a lot more value out of those specials and you could get other ways. Just posted a replay. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, let me fully catch up and then we'll get to some replays. But yeah, I'll have to double check. I know there was like a Twitter for that stuff. And I know sometimes, I don't know who actually hosted it, but I know that some of these tournaments, they end up posting the replay codes, and then maybe they already did. I actually don't know. but I need to. But sometimes it takes a little bit for them to like get all of that stuff together. I'm quickly going through and just seeing if I see a replay code anywhere, but I don't think I do. Obviously the Western players, I might be able to reach out and get review codes from, or replay codes from them, but yeah, anyways, not to get too personal or anything, anxious about talking to people, so it takes a lot, even though it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the interesting things about like competing and like really putting yourself out there is like partially in order for you to improve, you do have to like put yourself in uncomfortable positions, and being able to get comfortable in those uncomfortable spots. And even if you can't like get comfortable, because you know there's still a lot of spots where you get nervous, like it's nice to embrace the nervousness, if that makes sense. Like if you're able to, you know, if you either, because some people show nerves in different ways, but whatever that feeling is that you get, one of the things that I like to think about things when I get the nervous feeling when I'm like playing in tournaments or whatever the case is like those types of like the nerves, and you know some of it extends outside of just, you know, competitive Splatoon. It can be with a lot of things, but those nerves go away over like with more experience and more time. So instead of like, obviously, you know, those nerves will make it so you, in a lot of cases, you can't perform optimally, but over at a certain point, you'll like miss those feelings. Like if you're like a top player, if you're Starburst and you want to play in like an SOS or like a weekly tournament or something, like you're probably not going to get nerves throughout the whole tournament because you've done everything. And I'm sure for some of those players, and you know, for like, and you know, extends to a lot of top players, but if you don't get those nerves when you're like scrimming or playing and stuff, like it probably takes being on like, you know, at a major or, you know, playing in like a world championship where they haven't actually like a international tournament, which I don't think they've won. I think like early in Splatoon 1, like some team in the West beat a Japanese team, but I don't know if that's ever happened since. But either way, yeah, I don't know. I've always found like getting into competitive scenes and stuff is like it's a way to learn about yourself, and it's also a way for you to like push your comfort zone and push through like certain boundaries to improve yourself in other ways outside of like just pressing buttons and moving a controller and funny Squid Game. So sick. Yeah, no problem. I hope to see more replays because like I said, your Tetra was a lot of fun to watch. Do your forms have a time limit on them? Like, do they get deleted after a while? Do they? I don't actually know. Usually I get that information. Like I'll, because there was like one replay that I had. I think there was another one that got submitted that I haven't processed yet, but I like take that information and post it into like a document that I have to like keep track of all the reviews. So I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay, but that's actually a good question. Actually, I don't actually know the answer to that. Haven't played Splatoon in forever. Well, fortunately for you, there's a new season next week, so hopefully there's an opportunity to get you excited to play the game. Even if you don't, I can get another replay code. Fair. Oh no, we already have enough drama. Yeah, well, the fun, competitive, spirited, laced drama, not the yucky IRL people doing gross things kind of drama. But I'm with you. I think Splatoon can get a lot more interesting as we get better at the game. Like I have to call, I mean, I call myself out as well, but like we get very lazy at how we think about the game, or we don't necessarily see improvement. So we just kind of like, we try to find other ways to like feel like we're in control in the competitive scene if we feel like we can't break forward anymore. if we don't improve in tournaments, or we don't feel like we're improving our solo queue rank, or we're, you know, if we don't feel like we have improvement, sometimes people will like resort to, oh, like, you know, maybe I can't improve my rank, but that's because I play a weapon that's like really hard to use. And, you know, oh, if I just played an easier weapon, like, you know, like people get very envious and jealous, and like there's a lot of toxicity that revolves around that stuff, which is still competitive and not the gross part of a lot of competitive communities, or just communities on the internet in general. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I think that if we push ourselves to want to improve, I think it helps the game in a lot of aspects. But I think part of improvement is like you have to be vulnerable when it comes to like pushing yourself and trying your hardest in like a tournament, or, you know, that's part of like the review process of giving a code, for example. Like you're putting yourself up for scrutiny, and like it's hard being vulnerable, because a lot of times on the internet people can sometimes just be kind of rude when people are vulnerable and they put their opinions out. And that's why I hate when this competitive community dogpiles casual players and newer players into the Splatoon game and try to like sound really smart, but they're just really cringy. And you see it all the time on social media, and it looks awful and it's not interesting. But yeah, we can do better. And we can find other avenues to use our brain, but it requires us to have to put ourselves out there, which can be tough. You know, it's scary. You never know what people are gonna say about your gameplay, or, you know, whatever it is when you put yourself out there. So I can appreciate people doing that here, and, you know, whether it be, you know, playing games in solo queue or matching against a team in a tournament. Like, you know, it takes all of us out here to work to improve the game. So, you know, start with ourselves, try to put ourselves in a healthy area about the, you know, when it comes to the competitive community, and then we can make that larger change throughout the entire community. I don't know. That's the thing sometimes with like some of the conversation on Twitter. Like I've gotten to a point, like I want everyone in the Splatoon community to be successful. I want everyone that is like trying, everyone that's competing in tournaments, like I want everyone to like succeed. I want everyone to work really hard, and I want to celebrate when they do well, or if, you know, if they have an accomplishment where they want to hit a certain rank. And, you know, I want to be everyone's biggest cheerleader, but a lot of the negative conversations that can stem in like a social media and stuff are tough. So I've gotten to the point where I've like, if there's a lot of conversations that happen that are just like not productive and are low-key kind of toxic, I've just kind of started like unfollowing people. And it's not because I like don't like people or anything. It's just like, this isn't the conversation I enjoy when it comes to the game. And I want to focus conversations around things that I find helpful and provide value to my life. Yeah, Gus's channel has been really cool as well. For sure. I meant to talk about Gus when I was initially talking about podcasts and stuff, but yeah, Gus is a great example of reviews with, or not reviews, but, you know, either a lot of different topics, but talking with a lot of higher level players, and just hearing the voice of the different people in the community. Glitch Cactus also did a cool video. It was on like just getting a bunch of people, like some content creators, some competitive players, some a mixture of both, and just getting their opinions on like your sensitivity and like asking some questions around it. And I just think those are like cool content pieces. I think it's just really interesting to give players an avenue to just talk about the game. You know, it doesn't have to always be like super hyper like analytical, but just give us an opportunity to like, you know, learn about each other. I think it's really cool. That human aspect sometimes can get lost And it's very easy to bunker down and forget about that in a lot of scenarios. But we're all people at the end of the day. Unless you're a dog or a cat watching this stream. But I still appreciate you all as well. More podcasts or videos hyping up the competitive scene would be cool. Yeah. And again, I think some people have done like really amazing stuff. Like I think the ETV, when that qualifier and everything was going on, like they did a wonderful job. But you know, we could definitely always do more. But there are a lot of content creators in the space that we can celebrate the type of work that they do. But you know, they're only one person, and there's a lot of competitive community to kind of go through. So, and totally agree. Yo, Plurm. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If not, please correct me. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Sorry, I promise we're gonna do something in a second. I know staring at a blank screen is like not always the most fun thing to do. Works has certainly been a thing. Oh no. Hopefully you're doing all right, Mythic. Nice to see you. If like more stuff to hype without nasty undertones, yeah, for sure. I think there can be banter that isn't necessarily the like I think you can have both, but I think for me in general, like I said, like after a team like wins a tournament, like just getting post-game like post-tournament reactions, how they felt about the tournament, if they were like, you know, a really hype game, like talk through how, you know, their mentality around it, talk through you know, how their team felt. You know, just provide like storylines, which, you know, the storylines, obviously the one team trash talking another team, like when there's bad blood, it can always be a little tantalizing, you know. Even I can get sucked into the drama. I've watched plenty of trash reality TV in my day and will continue to do so. Like there is something there that can be enjoyed, but yeah, I think just the bigger picture of things, I just want people to have more of a platform to like just discuss the game. And if someone has an opinion about a weapon, like even if it's not, I don't know, like they're just like, sometimes I'll see, I forgot who, like I don't know who it was just some like casual, I think they were like a casual player playing Splatoon, but they just made like a very innocent comment of like, you know, I think that we could like push the meta or something, or like saying something to the degree of like the meta's partially stale because we're not like actively working to want to change it. You know, we don't want to deviate from it, and people have ideas to break the meta. And all I saw, like the only reason why I saw that is because there was a bunch of like quote retweets of trying to explain like why metas exist and like why their opinion's wrong, and like trying to make that person feel like, you know, oh, you're not a competitive player, so why would we even listen to your opinion? And it's just like, I don't know. It leaves such a gross taste. I think most of the content that people provide, like the Splatoon community is amazing. I don't want to like just get too into the negativity, but I think it's something that's easy to catch up in and to catch yourself in. And especially on a platform like Twitter where you can farm a lot of clout and likes by like trying to like own someone and like trying to make someone feel stupid. And it's just like, we can do better, man. We can do better. So yeah, the ones without the nasty undertone for sure. But you know, competition can lead to some heated rivalries. So as long as people keep it respectful, there's been respectful ways of having those back and forth, and there's definitely been some not so respectful ways of doing it that we've seen in the community. I'm a firm believer that pretty much every weapon is a good one if used in the right way, even though there's some that people like to trash on a lot. Yeah, I think it's inevitable that some weapons won't necessarily hang, but I think we're very quick as a community to dismiss stuff. And there's also the other context of things, which, like, you know, there's no objectivity with a lot of this. Like, there's no like right or wrong way to look at a lot of these things, but like we don't always know how devs are making kits. Like whenever we see a new kit, we kind of assume and we'll get frustrated if a kit isn't competitively viable, especially on a weapon that doesn't already have a competitive kit. But you know, Nintendo's catering to more of an audience than just the competitive scene. The competitive scene's like a fraction of a percentage of a sliver of the overall player base that plays this game and that provides Nintendo money to want to continue to do this stuff. So sometimes having kits that are like fun, there's a place for that. You know, do I want every, you know, is it weird that there's no like lethal bombs, I think, like for this upcoming season with all the weapons that were released? Like, yeah, probably. But, you know, focusing on things that are out of our control probably aren't the best way to go through everything. Oh yeah, sorry. I was trying to look at which code I was typing in. Let's go into Farouk. I'll at least get the stuff prepped as I'm going through stuff. I appreciate the conversations. Do you have the gold crab badge? I think so. We can check, but I think so. I play a lot of crab, so I would imagine at this point. I don't have a lot of like badges and stuff. I only play a handful of weapons, but we can check. I think only recently I've gotten like the 1,000 wins for some of the different modes. Not for all of them, but for some of them. Okay, so this was a scrim. Nice. Div 4/Div 5. We love to see it. Alright, oh yeah, we're gonna look at badges. Also, I don't use badges. I don't know, is anyone else like this? I feel like everyone always wants like badges in this area. I like this being clean. Although I think a lot of the banners, I want something a little bit cleaner, but I don't know. I like this space being empty. I'm a very simple gamer. I want a better title than this, but this relates back to the Team Frostbite. Maybe we can find something better. Oh yeah, we're looking for the... Oh yeah, here's a golden crab. 1,200 wins with crab. Yeah, we did that. I don't even know what else we have. Does it go into the order? I don't even know what order these things are in. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen like any of these. What is this? I didn't even know the stuff was badges. So I guess I only have 1,000 wins on zones, not for the other modes. Only top 500. Tisk tisk. Yeah, I feel like going through this. Alright, anyways. On to some scrims. Let's get it. Tetris. There's been a lot of Tetris. It's so interesting when getting reviews. I didn't really know what would be like I assumed it would be a lot more meta weapons, but we've seen a lot. I mean, I guess Tetra's definitely got some meta to it, and I think something like Ballpoint now is a little bit more meta, but it's fascinating to see the overall spread, because it is not what I would have anticipated based off of some of the reviews that you all have submitted. I joke a lot about Clash, but if it gets the job done, yeah. And like, that's the other thing when you think about weapons and their effectiveness, like something like Clash, like having a very spammable main weapon that can get value at lower levels is like a totally acceptable weapon kit. And it's not to say that Clash couldn't be used at a higher level, but you know, different kits and different weapons are made for different reasons, and it's totally okay for not everything to have this competitive viability at the top. And especially if you're new to a lot of other, because I have a lot of competitive experience in other games. Some games have a little bit more stale metas than others, but like, you know, at the end of the day, like only a handful of tactics are gonna survive and be like top tier, you know. It's complete fantasy to have a meta where like every weapon is viable. It just doesn't make sense. The meta can shift organically as new ideas try to beat old ideas, but I think And this goes back to us, our understanding of the meta and understanding of just Splatoon as a game in general, is the fact that, like, we understand that certain weapons are good, and like we understand that Crab is good, and we understand that like Splash is good, and we understand Ballpoint and Inkjet are now good, and we understand Machine is good, but I don't think we fully understand like why it's good and like how to potentially counter it. You know, for some examples, I think we have a better understanding of it, but we don't always discuss it. You know, people have different understandings of why stuff is strong, and that it makes like the next level of adapting to a meta and trying to bring out weapons that hate the meta. It makes it harder for the community to start experimenting if we don't, as a community, like I'm sure there's individual players that have really good understanding of this stuff, but if as a community we don't fully understand why certain things are good, then we can like it's harder to move past what we know is already being good, you know, because in order to, without something getting nerfed heavily to the ground, you know, things like Machine, things like Crab and Splash, like those things are going to continually be strong unless we fully understand and can get creative on how to exploit its weaknesses. And like I have an understanding to a certain degree of it, but that's only from my perspective. And you know, this is why this conversation would be nice, because we can like collectively as a community like collaborate and put all these pieces together. But something like the Crab, for example, because I know a lot right now, and even like because I know like Fuzzy will admit, and I love Fuzzy, but Fuzzy's talked about like basically like the Splash versus Neo Splash, not really debate, but just basically saying that Neo Splash is getting like it's seeing a lot more success, and I think us as a community we can't necessarily fully pinpoint why that is, compared to like something like the Vanilla Splash. And I think both of them have purposes, but in a lot of cases you'll see higher level teams start leaning a little bit closer to Neo Splash versus just the Vanilla Splash. And like from my perspective at least, which again I only have like a mid-level, I watch a lot of games, but you know, I don't have a super strong reinforcement of like everything, especially like stuff super meta relevant. But something like Neo Splash, partially I think a lot of its value is the fact that you can just get the special out fast and start building it again. Like the fact that you can throw a suction bomb, get your tri-strikes out, and that suction bomb helps you paint for tri-strikes again, gives it a lot of value. And as long as you position yourself properly, it's hard to get punished for using tri-strikes. And it also puts less downtime on your main weapon. And as a Splash, you can be aggressive. Like Splash is very much a jack of all trades, but it also finds itself, especially at higher levels, like it is like a dedicated painter in a lot of cases until there's an opportunity to move up. And all of that leads to you, like you're encouraged to kind of just spam the special and stuff, which means you get it faster again, which means you can like have more time actually painting. Because if you compare it to something like Crab, like your paint output as Crab is like way worse than your paint output with your main weapon, which might sound silly because you're not necessarily using Crab to paint, but these things do have an overall impact on the way that you play the game. And, you know, being in Crab, it's a very clunky special. You have a very limited amount of mobility. They've nerfed it to the point where, like, you know, leaders can do a really good job of shredding it. Inkjet can shred it. Trizuka can shred it. Stampers and Splatanas can shred it. Machines can counter it. Blasters have a good job, can do a good job of countering it if they're able to get close enough. It's a very awkward special to use. Obviously, if you're able to position properly, you can get a lot of value out of it, but just on average, there's a lot of ways that you can kind of play around it. And I don't know. I do feel like you can just do more consistently with just being able to get your tri-strikes out. Even though like tri-strikes are clunky in their own way of using them, you can still get the special out. And sometimes like there are certain scenarios, especially if you're stalling like an objective toward the end of the game, like you'll want to use the whole special gauge to like you'll want to stall it as long as you can. But in a lot of cases, like your presence as a splash and not your presence with your special, like having less downtime on your actual main weapon, I think provides that a lot of value. And I think having weapons that can support other weapons that are actively trying to take space, having less downtime allows you to do that. And like in certain cases, using a burst bomb and pushing up, so like if you're playing with like a Tetra or something or a Stamper, like having burst bombs to give additional chip to help the, you know, those aggressive weapons that are kind of initiating a lot of fights and stuff, or taking like the first contact when it comes to a lot of engagements. Like that's obviously very valuable. And I mean, I run V-Splash. I'm not comfortable on Neo-Splash, which I think is another aspect of it, where that playstyle is like tough. And I think some of that goes back to the fact that us as a Western community, and probably us as a Splatoon community as a whole, like we don't fully understand how our weapons fit into the greater puzzle of Splatoon in terms of like taking space, map control, just overall painting and stuff. Like it's something that we need to reinforce and get better at as we get better, and build that knowledge as we continue to improve. But I don't know. I think Neo-Splash has a nice place in the meta, and I think its stally nature and its ability to just consistently paint and still get value out of its bombs, still can get value out of its special without having to fully commit to it. I don't know. It puts it in a nice spot, but people have better understandings of the meta and stuff. But that's just one thing that I've noticed is that Crab feels more like a liability in a lot of cases than like overall. It's still very, very, very good. Don't let me overstate its flaws, but it's gotten to the point where it's such a liability against a lot of teams in a lot of scenarios. Like the conditions that you have to meet in order to be able to get proper value from your Crab is hard. And depending on the map that you play, like it can be extra hard. A map like Flounder, like Crab has its moments, but it also is like not the strongest special. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting discussion, but again, I think you have to, like there's certain parts of like the Neo-Splash versus V-Splash that I feel very confident about, and then there's a lot of spots where I don't know. And like it is, you do have to be kind of vulnerable to like, you know, admit like I don't know all the answers, but I can tell based off of all the time that I put onto those weapons, like these are like my experiences, and being able to build off of each other's experiences and each other's knowledge can help. And we just don't have those conversations a lot outside of putting these specials in a vacuum, you know, and rate them on a tier list, and then we use those tier lists to like build comps and stuff, which is weird. But anyways, I'm gonna not get too heavy into discussion because we want to get to doing practical things. So I apologize, but yeah. Players are gonna make tier lists. I just want the tiers to be renamed rather than XS. Yeah. Either way, like you can provide some additional context with some of that, but you know, Inkjet top 3. Yeah, it's definitely very strong. But there's a lot of secondary value that you can get out of the Inkjet outside of just like its weapon being very strong. Like it is very strong. Getting chip is very easy, but there's other pieces to it in the way that you can play before using special that that leads itself to the overall value that you get with it. Me a missile main. I love missiles. Missiles are like, it's very similar between missiles and Tri-Strike. Like the actual special itself doesn't function the same way, but you're able to move up a lot more with your missiles. or with your Tri-Strike, because you can like spam them and then like move forward. But the fact that you can paint immediately after using Tri-Strike, which you can't do with missiles anymore, is kind of crazy. You guys run Charger with Tetra? Yeah, it's not good. We understand that. There's a compromise to our team, and we've been a little bit more flexible in the way that we. Oh, unless you're talking about this replay, but we do that as well on our team. But this is oh, I need to update the chat box. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about the context of this review or you're talking in the context of when I spilled my coffee. I've lost control of when that stuff happened. But we use it on our team. I think it's not ideal, but I think it totally works in a mode like Zones, at least for us. We use it in other stuff as well, but there's definitely a lot of trade-offs with it. But part of it is like a compromise that we've made just due to the fact that we have someone that wants to main Charger and we have someone that wants to main frontline. So it is what it is. But there is some like decent synergy with it all, but it does require you have to build the rest of the comp around it, and you have to also just like understand its shortcomings. And the more you play it, the more you understand where it falls flat. And especially like the level that we're at right now, like we're very much like mid. The way that people try to characterize their skill, I would consider us mid-level, but realistically, we're probably mid to like lower level for my kind of scale and stuff. But yeah, I think in Zones it's totally fine. But there's a lot of objective modes where it can feel weird. But then there's other like maps that also make it fine. It really just depends on everything that you're working with. But even if you're not playing at like a top tier, and again, we go back to like the Splatoon World Championships where the top tier in like our Western region are getting like memed on. I don't think they're actually getting memed on, but like they're playing against very suboptimal weapon comps and they're getting like ran over, And it's like, if you have a good enough understanding of the game, you can kind of like move past a lot of it. And I think that we've played it enough. We've talked about it enough. We understand what we're trying to do with all of the weapons enough that we can make it work to a point. But for some other modes, like we've been a lot more flexible where we might replace the Tetra with like a machine, for example, or we might replace the Charger with, a ballpoint or heavy or a Splash Neo. There's a lot of variable things that you can do with it all. Not the double liquid tragedy. Ever bought something from Starbucks? Yeah, this is I don't know. Sometimes they give like holiday cups out or whatever. This is the one from I think this year. I don't know. I don't get Starbucks that often because honestly it's pretty pricey, but sometimes it's nice. They always get me whenever I go grocery shopping because I don't go out and do stuff all that much. So like, it's like probably once a month, it's like, oh, I'll get some Starbucks drink at because they like have it in the grocery store, so I don't have to like wait or anything. You just kind of go. Anyways, we're speedrunning. Oh, blue headband. I saw that and then I didn't do it. I think that's what the liquid spilled or something. All right. Oh. We're chilling. Apologies. Thank you. Pelu's crazy on Splash. Yeah, all the Nightmare gamers are quite strong. Change the color of your light. Let's go. Oh, SinCon. I don't know if you're talking about the tournament that we were playing or the tournament that the World Championships. But there was a couple of tournaments going on, and most of them were streamed. Although in the zone there wasn't an official stream, but a lot of the top players streamed it. So if you watch like Jared, if you watch, I think Leafy also streamed from that team. Isabel streamed from I think New Meta was their team name. Alliance Rogue did not stream, but I believe Obito streamed without voice comms. So there's a couple of high level teams that you can do. Do you Flingza smag Zipcasters? Hey, I played a little bit of Flingza back in the day at the beginning of this game, and there were some moments where you get the vertical flicks and you swat them out of the air like a fly. It feels nice. But it's been a while. My Flingza's collecting dust in the broom closet. I'd love more ballpoint replay. I used to play it more in 2. I want to utilize it more in 3. Yeah, for sure. It's I think it's a weapon that you can just get a lot of value at in generally. But again, it goes back to what I was saying before with paint and stuff. Last stream. And like when we went on the painting tangent and the painting rant, there's a lot of like small ballpoint main specific things that you can do with that weapon and get a ton of value because it has ridiculous range and a lot of other stuff. But I also think like the value and the timing and how you play around the fact that you have Zipcaster is something that we don't often capitalize on in the West. And there's a lot of consistent themes where hopefully we have replays because I'd like to highlight some of those parts. But yeah. I'm looking at Mauricio's perspective. I don't know if there's any replay codes. Yeah. Usually like a day or two after it, at least for some of, I don't know if it's the same, like the font and the graphics look similar to another organization that did tournaments where they did provide replay codes, but usually it was like a couple days after. So hopefully, you know, if all the replay codes are out, I'm totally fine spending a day and just raw recording overhead and all the player POVs. Because it's a relatively small tournament. So it would take a lot of time, but it would be relatively feasible. Yo, thank you for the hydrate. Ooh. I have the chat in 2 different areas, so sometimes I just like click around and I'm like, oh, this. Sometimes I'll catch the very most recent chat message, and then I'm also trying to push through. Tetra Stamper is so fun to watch for sure. I think Tetra Brush is also pretty interesting as well. But yeah, watching Mashu, I think that's how you pronounce her name, but their Tetra during the World Championships is just, it's so annoying to look like it, like to looking to have to deal with it seems very frustrating. Oh no. All right, before we start the review, I'm so sorry. We'll come back to this. I need to like run downstairs and go grab something. I need to get some late night food. So I'm going to throw on another replay. This time it'll be something that we lost, but not a knockout because I need it to go the distance. These were both knockouts. Unfortunate. Is there a non-knockout? Game went... These all knockouts? Oh. Oof. Is everything a knockout? Oh no. Oh yeah. This was a huge choke on my part, so if, again, when you go about being vulnerable and stuff, the way I played the end of this match, it was like pure panic, and this was like us 2-0 sweeping this team, but we ended up throwing the series because I played like an idiot. But anyways, enjoy my misery. I'll be back and like after this thing's done. At the end of this game, I should have just went top left. This was so bad. So here I just needed to chill. For some reason, so I think they needed to get to like here for the lead. But I haven't played this map mode in so long. And when we got to the lead, I actually did not know where Rainmaker was. I thought it was like here where the lead was, but I think it's farther this way. Actually, I still don't actually know what the full amount is, but this is why I'm feeding so hard. Looking back, like this is still way too aggressive to play, but part of the reason why I was like feeding in these spots is because I thought that they just had to drop for lead. And I was too panicked. So this was the problem here. Like I could have just stayed on top of Snipe in this spot when we were chilling. And like with them not pushing it at this point, it probably should have rang some alarm bells. But in this spot, I need to play over here. No one else on my team is able to play over here. But again, I'm panicked that this person is going to just drop in the game. But like they have to go way farther, and I didn't recognize that. And I tunneled and just went straight versus like using this wall, climbing over the top and being annoying. But there were two opportunities for me to play a lot faster. Yeah, I'm an idiot. Oh, we hate to see it. We hate to see it. That would have been the clean 2-0. We played that so well, and then we played Inkblot TC, and we just this was a game and a half. But anyways, that's how our weekend went. Let's get back into the replay. The beginning of the stream, I just realized is like those TikToks. Like sometimes you're on TikTok and there's like an not advertisement, but they'll like be like, sometimes they like put in like TikTok lives and stuff in your feed or whatever. And it's like, these are the lives. I don't know. Sometimes I'll talk to my wife about TikTok and like stuff that I get on my feeds are like way different than what other people do. So maybe other people don't get the same thing that I do, but like they have these lives and it'll either be someone playing a game of Snake, it'll be something where someone's like trying to stack a pyramid or something with like machinery like nuts, like the little silver octagon shaped things, or they'll do shoot, what else it'll be, or it'll be like those like very simple, there's like 3 basically algebra equations and they're like very, very simple, but then like they just like they take forever to either reveal the answer or they take forever to like do the thing, and they milk it for as long as possible. And this is what this stream's been, because it's been like over an hour. It's almost 2 hours and I haven't even gotten to a review yet, but I enjoy the conversation. But it's when I was going to get the food, when I went downstairs, I was reflecting on that and I'm like, this stream is probably going to be as frustrating as I get whenever I watch those this TikTok. Someone has to know what I'm talking about, or it'll be like find these like shapes in a picture, and then someone just like saying, "Oh nope, the answer isn't this. The answer isn't this." Like I guess like supposed to be reading a chat. I never go into those things because I don't want to like give them views or anything. I refuse on principle because I know what they're doing. Also, I could not imagine having to do that. I do wonder how many views those people actually get. Anyways, the ramblings of what goes on in my head. 96 was my first main back in Splat 1. I remember using it to play super aggressive, and thinking back on it, I thought it was insane until I saw how JP teams played. Yeah, I'm super impressed with how fast and how much space they take, and so many opportunities that they actually just frontline with 96 is wild. I want to see more comps like it. Yeah, for sure. It's super interesting to watch. But I wonder if it's something that like as a community we're gonna go back and actually. Also, Doku City, thank you. Oh, it's Black Cat. I think I missed that. But thank you for the follows. Much appreciated. You should always being close enough to Tetris can hit for 70. Yeah. Yeah, no, the team play, and like I've listened to enough of their comms in like random tournaments. I don't know what they're saying in it, but like their comms are not they're not really that like they're very chill, and they're like it's less is more a lot of times with their comms. And it's really impressive that they just like they all understand the game enough that they just know when to move forward, or they know like that okay, I need to be working with my teammates in these types of scenarios. They is really impressive. Just how well they all work together in a lot of these scenarios. But yeah, I really hope they have replay codes, because I would love to just for my own self and just talk through it with you all. I think it'd be a good exercise. If you want to reach out to the JP players, you can try to message them with the translator. Potentially, but it's one of those things that like I don't know. Like I think it would be awesome, but also I don't want to be like one of those people, you know? It's like I don't know, like who am I kind of thing, and I don't know. But it is nice to have the crossover between you know, Western community and the rest of the world community. You'll definitely get a light Tetra one next season. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to see that weapon in play. I was half asleep there and I just realized you were talking to me. You're good, you're good. I never feel like I'm improving unless I do well in a scrim against better players or a tourney result. How is your I don't know if you're still here, Try Guy, but how is your like what's the best way to phrase this? How do you try to improve on the game? How do you like, are you playing solo queue? Do you play solo queue actively looking to, you know, work on things? Do you VOD review your solo queue matches? Honestly, I think the biggest thing is just like watching high level players, but also know what to look for and know what information to take from high level players is probably the cheat code to improving, like truthfully. Obviously you have to put in the reps to like, because you can't just watch someone and be like, oh yeah, I'll just do that. But like there should, whenever I watch, and again, this is like part of the content that I think would be interesting on stream, I'll watch a 2-hour zones rotation that Melon will stream or Kuro will stream. And I'm just like, you know, there might be certain jumps that they do. There might be certain places that they use crab. You know, there might be a focus in that rotation of like what I'm trying to improve on. You know, am I looking for tech? Am I looking for their positioning? Am I looking for like, you know, how they're getting value out of their special? Am I trying to figure out like, you know, where they're trying to paint, how they're painting? There's a lot of little things that you can really reflect on, but I think the biggest thing for improvement, and like it's a skill to understand like what you should be looking for, but being very deliberate with what you want to improve on at any given moment will help you out in like the long run, because it very much is something that the improvement takes a lot of time. And I think one of the biggest things, and I always say it, but like when it comes to skills in this game, as a community, we focus on weapon skills, at least in the West, like way too much. And then there's just like general game knowledge. And this is probably a Venn diagram actually. And there's definitely, this is like kind of a Venn diagram, and there's definitely overlap in the middle. But we, as a community, we focus too much on like this. which like this stuff is important, especially when you watch super high level stuff and you watch like a Noritio Stamper, or you watch I don't know, like the way Nagora plays like Splatlinks and stuff. Like they have this, but the difference between Japan and the West is this. It's all of this. It's all of this. This whole game knowledge is the reason why we lag so behind. Because they play so fast, they know what space they need to take, they're immediate, and they're very deliberate with how they take space. Part of them being able to take space so well is that they know how to use their weapon, and the weapon also includes like your subs, your specials, and everything. But we put so much focus on the weapon side of things that like, I think it was FLC that like made a tweet that I don't know if I fully agree with, but I agree with the intention and idea. But basically, and if it wasn't FLC, I apologize. But I think it was FLC. But they were basically saying like after the Splatoon World Championships that like Japan just understands how to play the game like way better than us. But if the West got to a point where we understood the game, like we actually could compete because like our actual mechanics are really solid. And I would still, from what I've seen at least, I would still place a lot of top Japanese players as having like way better, like they mop the floor in terms of mechanics compared to a lot of Western players. But there still are Western players that have ridiculous mechanics. You know, like when it comes to movement, like Kiver is like one of the GOATs, Jared's one of the GOATs. You know, when it comes to just overall aim and stuff, like there's a lot of really good players, you know, like Yo is like just super strong. You know, even in like the higher tier that is not top tier, but like when you look at a team like Nightmare and like Miner is like a ridiculous machine player. And you look at a player like Madness, but like Madness is probably I don't know how to rank top tier stuff. I don't know. But like Madness is very much a top player. But their mechanics are like super insane. And like there's definitely a point that I can agree with there. And I know that back in like Splatoon 2, I didn't super follow until very late Splatoon competitive. But like if you watch Leafy and you watch her play like Nautilus and stuff, it's just completely takes over the game. So I definitely agree with the point, but I also think that there's a lot of very high level mechanical players in Japan. But yes, we as a community, we lack this game knowledge like heavily. And a lot of that is because we don't have an avenue to really talk about the game. And it's tough because I don't really know. Like part of what I'm trying to do now is to help with this, and obviously I don't have like all the answers by any means, so but I'm trying to do my part, you know. I'm trying to build up certain aspects of the game because there's certain aspects of the game just based off of my competitive background and other games, so like there's a lot that I understand, but I also watch like the Splatoon World Championships and I'm like blown away and I'm overwhelmed at the speed and the way that Japan plays, which all this is like game knowledge. Super impressive stuff. But I don't know. I hope that we get to a point where we can try to focus on these conversations, but I don't know. Finding that audience can be tough because I think the Splatoon community on average is like a little bit more on the casual side, which is like totally fine. But in order for these conversations to happen, either top level players would need to provide this content, or like content creators would have to provide this content. And certain content creators are equipped, and some of them would be in a similar spot as I am, where we're still actively learning. But I think anyone can do a part in it, and obviously, you know, people can enjoy Splatoon however they want to enjoy Splatoon. But for the competitive players that like actively want the scene to get better and have the overall quality of play be higher, there's a lot that we can do to improve that. And if we don't have those conversations, we're never going to build up the game knowledge. We're still focused on like specific weapons, or focused on like aiming and stuff. It's like aiming matters, but like it doesn't really matter. Like mechanics never win you the game. They can certainly like lose it, but you don't win through mechanics alone. And like this whole tournament and stuff should be a showcase of, and any time that like there's an international tournament, where Japan is participating, being the dominant region of the game. Like, it should all be a lesson in that specifically. We farm specials here because you're Tetra one trade. Yeah, it was funny when people were memeing about Tetras and stuff in I think it was like Chara and Fuzzy. They were like making a comment of like, yeah, Tetra can kind of just do whatever because it has a reef slider. Just funny. Really enjoyed your content. Been lurking for a while. Every now and again, things you point out are very interesting. Thank you so much. Honestly, like really means a lot. So I really appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in. They probably buff the non-lethals. That'd be cool. That would be cool. Here's my badges, but only because I got 5 stars. I mean, anyone that wants to use their badges are more than welcome to. I just like the simplicity of everything. Silver missiles. I know. Where's the gold one? Gonna drop this here. If you could put it in one of these places, that would help. But otherwise, I have a notepad that occasionally I check when people casually drop codes like this, and I will try to get around to it. Whenever we do the end of the season rotation and get through all of them, I'll make sure that everything on the backlog is taken care of. Yo, what's up, Gray? Father viewing? Yeah. Also, welcome in, Bloom. Hello, hello. In Japan, it's better V-Splash. Crab's so good at everything. Yeah, but it definitely has like a lot of weaknesses, but it is very strong. You can take Crab out with Tri-Stringer. Yeah, that requires a lot of mechanical skill, but it definitely is possible. I think we copy JP most of the time. Yeah. Yeah, like I definitely think that there's no problem with replicating. Like, part of improving as a competitive community is stealing from other people. Like that's part of the process, because there's no reason why anyone should have to like learn it themselves. And that's like the best lesson that I can give to anyone that's like trying to learn the game is like, steal from others. Understand like understand and if you're going to steal from someone, understand why they're doing the things they're doing. Because just taking the fact that, you know, Japan plays whatever weapon doesn't provide a ton of value in the grand scheme of things. It only, you have to have the knowledge to back up the, you know, what you end up seeing in the game. So yeah, I think we should steal from Japan. We just aren't very effective at stealing that, if it makes sense. And part of that is the conversation piece with like understanding why what they did is actually good. Not just like, oh, they played Kraken. So like, oh, they used Kraken and they jumped to, in Clam Blitz, they just jump to Kraken with clams, and that's how like they won games. So, oh, Kraken's broken because it can, you know, you can jump clams to it. Like there's a lot of deeper level discussion to be had there that I think we don't often do. Good Tetras are fun to watch. Yeah, for sure. It's super interesting. How long is the queue for reviews? It's not too many. I think there were a couple of submissions here, so there might be like 4 or 5. But if, like I said before, any reviews that get done before the beginning of the month, so 2 days before the beginning of the month, I need to pull up the calendar. Calendar May 2023. Okay, so Thursday is the start of the new season. So if anyone gets a review code in by, I'll say like Monday. So like anything submitted between now and like the end of tomorrow, basically, or like, you know, before I start streaming on Tuesday, I will make sure that every single review every code gets reviewed before before the start of the new season on the first. I think it's the first. So yeah, if you have something, feel free to do it. Yo, what's up, Doku? I learned it's better to steal and understand why. Gear, yeah, Gear's another perfect example. Real. Does Watson still upload stuff? Yeah, Watson is a great content creator. I know that they've been busy with other IRL stuff. Has taken up their time, and you know, I only know what they put out on the internet, but I think they've like either slowed down or kind of stopped. But yeah, I love all of Wasim's stuff. A lot of the there was a video in Splatoon 2 of just like all of the different mechanics in the game, and I cherished Watson's video made for that. Obviously, understanding how to apply that stuff is like a different story, but yeah, there's so many great content creators. Yo, what's up? Jaheen, welcome in. Y'all stomped us a little bit yesterday at Squid Junction, but GG's. It's always a fun set with you all. The few times that we've played. That's a way to put it. What's up, Hecka? I don't even know what I said. That's the fun thing about being like an hour behind on chat, is that I don't remember when people comment back to what I say. Like how the K's stealing my cop right now, but a brush in other than roller. Only one roller in the Western scene currently, and that's yourself. They can't quite replicate. The K is also a really, really strong team. I think they're like looking for a new player or something, so it'll be interesting to see where they land after that. But yeah, at Daybreak, yeah, Daybreak's the GOAT. Daybreak's so strong. You can steal all you want, but copying won't help if you don't understand why. Yeah, for sure. Just like our AI overlords may say otherwise. No, I'm kidding. All right. Anyways, we made it. Pat yourselves on the back. I've delayed long enough. Whew. I hate stalling this long. I told Junkie to message Daybreak. Yeah, Daybreak's so good at the game. They play, because like our team doesn't really play with a midline, and it's so easy to play with Daybreak. They've subbed for us a couple of times, and it's just like they have a very good understanding of the game. I know Nautilus is in like a little bit of a weird spot. I still think it's very strong, and it helps with the way that Daybreak plays and the way that they communicate, like using rain and stuff. And I know that they've worked a little bit on Ballpoint, but I know them as like a Nautilus player. But yeah, if you need a midline player like outside of like the tippy top level, Daybreak is just a huge upgrade. 100%. Any team would definitely get a ton of value. Their comp works well enough for not Ballpoint. Yeah, it's the K is a tough. I haven't played against them in a little bit, but I remember playing against, I forgot what team Moxie or Junkie, the Octobrush player, I forgot what team they played for when they were, but we ended up scrimming them when they were on like a low ink team, and I just remember like, because our team really struggles playing against like the Sharky comps, and I remember purposefully like wanting to scrim their team because I'm like, I need to get more experience against like a very strong like ratty player, and they play that role so well. So I'm glad that they landed themselves on a good team and were able to, like, you know, they're seeing success, because I think they're a very, very strong player. But yeah, it was very easy to tell just based off of playing them, regardless of the context, that like they're gonna be a strong player and they're gonna find themselves on a good team. There's a lot of good players in the community. A is a boring name. Hello. Let's go Zimmy. Oh yeah, speaking of Zimmy and speaking of this game, so we're looking at this is a scrim. I think it's Div 4, Div 5 scrim based off of the what Fruit Kid mentioned. I could probably look. I'm actually interested if they have like a presence on, their team has a presence on Sendu site. Let's see if we can do a little undercover work. It's feeding time. It says they're not technically on a team right now, but wait, is it FT? Maybe it is feeding time. No, that's not at all. I'm not sure what team they're on, but they are an EU player. Very solid. All right. Anyways, we'll get into it. So we're Tetris. This is a scrim, so we're going to look at things in the lens of a scrim. But we are playing. Man, I haven't seen TC Museum in a while. I hate that museum. It's like one of the few maps that every mode plays well on it. And there's so many bad Clan Blitz modes and there's so many Rainmaker modes. I hate that museum is in a lot of map pools currently has been demoted to just a Clan Blitz map and just a Rainmaker map. I love it in zones, but I also think like TC is actually kind of interesting as well. So I'm glad that we're able to see it, but I don't know. I like smaller map pools, but I don't agree with a lot of the map pools that have been used, which I think most of them are pulling from the Ink TV map pool, which I very respectfully heavily disagree on that map pool, and I hate that we're constantly playing it. But hopefully we'll reevaluate once the new season comes out and we have new maps to mess with. Someone in museum hopped onto the statue. Don't know how they did it. Oh yeah. At least on zones, you can like make this jump from mid. I don't think it's at all possible on this map, but, or like on this, but yeah, it's like used for cover here and you can make this jump. It's like really weird though. The physics are like the jump itself seems very deliberate, but the geometry on the actual statue like doesn't make sense. It's really weird. So yeah, so this comp, Tetra Charger, Splash Machine, it's pretty well balanced. As a team that plays with Charger and Tetra, there's going to be some anti-synergy, but I do think that Charger works really well on this map, and I think this map's small enough and open enough to where both of them can totally coexist. So I think overall it's fine. I'm interested in why we chose V Charger on this map. The mobility is probably nice. Like I low key kind of like V Charger. I think if they do something with vacuum or we better understand how to use it as a community, I like this kit. I think this is a really cool kit. We played with V Charger very early on until Firefin came out, and I liked it for a lot of pushes on offense and usually in Rainmaker, but it has value in other stuff. And even today during the Splat World Championships, there was a team, I think they played with a Rapid. It was Hammerhead TC that had an Ink Vac, whichever Rapid variant. So I don't know. I think there's potentially some viability there, but this comp I think makes more sense in the context of this map mode, but we'll kind of see overall. Compared to enemy team, Zimmy has the bubble, right? I'm gonna be honest, I do not know a lot of these kits. Oh, Toxic Mist in bubble, interesting. That's why that thing doesn't see play. Although Toxic Mist can be interesting. But these pairings, Tetra Brush, I think is really nice. This team's definitely going to be a lot more aggressive, but I like the overall solid nature of this comp. But part of that's my familiarity because I play a very similar comp. But this is definitely scary. They have a lot of forward aggression, but the way that this map mode works out in a lot of cases, don't talk bad about Zemi. I like Zemi. I think the vanilla mini probably could see some value as well. But welcome in. The tone you used. It's only because there's we have a couple of people that like Mini on our team and they just get crushed every time that they want to use the weapon, and it's like it's in a really awkward spot. But I would love to have it see some success. I think it's actually decent. Like the kit makes sense, but Toxic Mist can be weird. Like if you want to run Toxic Mist, usually it's on a weapon that has like more range, you know, like something like a V-Jet. Zimmy sounds funny. Yeah, the Zimmy and Vimy and all the shortened names for the mini splatling is quite enjoyable. Forces a rollout. Yeah, it when it comes to like ranges on this like from both comps, like Tetra is gonna be a bit of a pain for both sides. And yeah, you do have something like Mini that can deal with this the yellow team, or I guess just our Tetra. And for their Tetra, like as long as we're fighting in open spaces, the Charger actually, I should go like this. Charger actually does a pretty good job of like neutralizing Tetra if you can catch them after their fourth roll. So we'll see how that goes. But the biggest thing I think for us is that we don't really want to get overwhelmed. Not getting wiped is going to be really important. And especially on a map like this, if Charger's the last one up, they're effectively not alive, you know, like they can go for maybe one pick before they have to jump out or swim away, but they can't really hold a lot of ground. And Tetra's going to feed a lot, so I'm hoping that there's good discipline from these two weapons to make sure at the very least only two people are down at any given point. But hopefully we can work off of Tetra's just kind of feeding by themselves. But when it comes to the actual pushing of the tower, the way that this map works in a lot of cases is like there's going to be a fight for mid at the beginning and then fight for mid, but when a team's pushing to the first checkpoint, it's like it's basically like this versus this kind of, if there is a fight for first checkpoint at all. And then the interesting thing about TC specifically is that once tower starts moving onto the plat, this is like one of the few modes that this part of the map specifically, like in Rainmaker and in Clan Blitz and stuff, like this back part of the street sees a lot of value and is really important to control. But like you have to have an answer for someone up here if you're pushing, and this is like somewhat unique to TC, although this area up here does have value in other modes. But it is kind of a funny part to all of this. I think they got rid of the fence over here, so I don't think you can actually make this jump from over here anymore. You could do that pre-patch. I did that during the Ludi season. We had control, and then I climbed up here, and then I like started pushing them this way. But anyways, so yeah, having an answer for this is important. I think both teams can do a pretty decent job of taking care of it. We have like a sloshing machine as the main weapon that can do a good job. Whale's okay, tri-strikes, you know, auto bombs and stuff. Like we have tools, even Toxic Mist for some purposes can actually see some value in that spot. So this fight for this area over here, as well as the fight for plat's always important on Museum, is going to be an interesting point on whether a team is able to get like a good push or not. Because you can usually get the tower to like this area. It's like you can push it all the way over here without taking control of this. But if you can either get picks up here and clear it out or take control ourselves, that's usually when we can start looking to actually KO. So in the grand scheme of things of like how do we actually win this map, how do we look to KO? First we have to take Spinner and the overall plot, and we have to also just make sure that the enemy team is zoned off of this area. We don't have to like hold it with our own presence necessarily. It's not that it's bad, depending on the weapons that you're using, but yeah, and I think both teams have decent tools to deal with it. But you know, something like a crab is going to get a lot of value on this map. Certain spots like a Booyah Bomb is going to be really nice, but if the blue team can really utilize its fast pace of play and can be very annoying with its specials and like consistency and moving forward, I think they actually have a decent chance of being able to poke with a lot of bombs and just like irritate what yellow team's trying to do. So that's kind of the bigger part of these comp differentials, is that we're definitely a team that on average, and like you always want to like your pace of play always wants to be fast. But overall, when it comes to the team dynamic, like we're going to be a little bit more control centric comparative to the more aggro nature of the blue or purple team. I always say blue, but I know some people are adamant it's purple, and I can see it's purple, but blue is one syllable, so I like saying blue. Oh yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention, which some of this I already spoiled, but with Tetras, a lot of times people are going to look to drop down these sides at the very beginning. So with blue team, they could potentially push a brush as well over there. I don't think they end up doing it, but you can probably, especially if we're trying to play fast, there's a chance you could look to just push multiple people and just start getting under these ledges and getting out of the range of the charger altogether, like as soon as possible. So that is a potential option, but we'll see it from both sides, and we'll see how both teams are able to actually take advantage of the early pressure. I think we probably could have got another roll off a little bit. I think we were a little bit too caught on getting the pick and not as focused on staying alive. I do like that we're like hugging this wall to cut off angles, because with this team comp, one of the advantages of having a sloshing machine is that you have the ability to go over ledges. And going over ledges is important on this map. Fighting for spinner, definitely. Fighting for this area up here, definitely. And also taking control of like the area around the plot. Having an answer to deal with, or not having something that can deal with a Tetra that's sitting in this kind of spot is tough. Like they do have like sub weapons and stuff, but when we're playing aggressive, especially as a Tetra, we can leverage these walls a lot more than playing against other comps because of it. So I think we're pretty safe in the spot that we're at, and I think we can probably space ourselves back and forth with rolls to better space out against the brush. I think it's unfortunate you almost had the pick just cleanly at the beginning, but yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit more care in the way that we're spacing ourselves. Also, I wanted to look at our build, which we're running Haunt, which is kind of interesting. I'm guessing this is like, we knew what their comp was, because Haunt makes sense against like a faster comp, and it also synergizes as well with the feedy nature of the Tetra. But I'm gonna, because it's a scrim, I'm gonna look at some of this from like a higher level, like full team perspective, just to kind of see what happens, because there's a lot of like fights that just happened. So look at that from a higher perspective. So we're respawning in. We're able to find a pick. Where did our splash die to? Maybe they got chipped or something, or maybe they like. Yeah, it's just the whale damage. That's tough. But there was a little bit of differing ideas with our machine when they dropped down this way to clean up this fight, and then our splash was backing up a little bit, so that's a little bit unfortunate. But a lot of this the nature of this match is going to be pretty scrappy, just due to the weapons that are being played. Okay, so Charger's able to trade with the Tetra that's running into it, and then we get our trade, and then our teammates are able to clean up. So all in all, good. One thing I'd probably like to see from our team is like immediately taking space. Obviously, like we're going to be more focused on your gameplay, but you know, if you're playing with at least I think one of these teammates, you'll have similar tags. So I'm assuming you'll be playing with them more. But we probably want to try to getting good paint around mid is important, but we want to have presence on their plat if we can. Climbing onto the plat, because you only have this like one kind of choke point, can be tough. So whenever you wipe the enemy team, if there's ever an opportunity for you to actually be able to move forward and take space, you definitely want to try to do that. So we should figure out who wants to be the one that's sitting on tower. I think in general, like having a crab on tower is good, but I don't know. I think at least someone, I think Machine probably can just run up here, and we're just going to play like on the outskirts. Like we can't push super deep. Like we're probably hugging the one of these spinner fans, but you know, our team still needs time to paint, and we need to wait for the rest of our team to get back in. But getting a wipe is a very unique opportunity because I don't know, like you know that the enemy team's not here and you want to take as much space as possible. And if you can get early pressure, like if you can get early pressure behind the spinner, you're going to stall the enemy team being able to move forward and take good positions. Like obviously you don't want to move in and fight immediately, but if one of these weapons can move forward faster, they can give potentially a jump to their Tetra. Like as you're climbing up here, your Tetra potentially could look to like jump in. So I definitely understand the desire to want to paint, especially against a faster comp. Like while tower's still moving toward mid, there is an opportunity for them to like just super drop, and you want to have paint. But yeah, quick question: did I do the VOD yesterday? No, we're gonna we're getting to it. We have a couple of stuff going on, but we have this one, and then I was trying to check the submission date on some of the codes from the form. Although one of the form codes did not work. I don't know how to get in touch with that person. But which is the other tough thing about the form, is that if something gets lost in the mix, I can't really have an easy way to contact people, which I could add that to the form. Maybe I'll do that. But no, we'll get to that probably after this. I'm sorry, our team's able to create a little bit of space with the crab, which is good, but nice. So I think enemy probably takes a fight that they didn't need to, but we end up having to use 2 specials when I think we probably could have got away with just using 1. And this is where I wish that I could hop into recon mode while watching the review to actually time it. Because at 420 is when we get a wipe. And I don't know exactly how many seconds it would take to paint our way into position to get onto the plant. But definitely by now we could already, like if our machine, like 10 seconds should be plenty of time. But we probably could be even farther up, but it's hard to say exactly without actually testing it and timing all of those timing windows. But if we're up here and we can play around the spinner, like we can throw fizzy bombs to stall these people. We can comfortably shoot shots over ledges and just like keep our space and just prevent them from being able to like push all the way over here, which should allow us to get the first checkpoint for basically free. Because we're popping a crab here, which we're not able to zone these people off because the timing window isn't there. They're able to already break through. But like we probably can stall anyone that's flooding through this main entrance coming out of spawn, which I think we end up doing. but we could still stall their team in the same way with just being a little bit faster. Obviously, we don't have the same slaying power as getting a crab in this spot, but we're popping 2 specials here when we probably could have got away with it just by moving a little bit faster. But we do get picks. Enemy team, I think, overcommits a little bit, trying to like continually take fights after we've already committed to specials. Like, I think they probably could have played it more patiently. But, you know, they're trying to be the more aggressive comp, so I can kind of understand that. And there's a lot of stuff happening here. We went in very deep as a Tetra, which I think is generally okay. Like I said before, we have the sloshing machine being able to poke at the Tetra that's sitting up there, because Tetra obviously wants to drop and start doing things, but we're able to stall for quite a bit. I don't think we'll be able to get past this part because we weren't able to take control of Spinner and kind of take full control of the map. And some of that goes back to the fact that we used some of our specials a little bit prematurely. So if we go back to like after the wipe, so like we wipe enemy team and we don't take space as fast as we could. So we have to compensate not taking that space by using a crab, because these people are going to be pushing in before we're able to like set up properly, which the crab here is still a little bit dangerous. I don't know if I necessarily agree with the positioning here, but it's okay. And at least we have the rest of our team like watching this side over here to help us a little bit for anyone that's trying to like push through the other side and potentially flank the crab. But there's still other options like playing on top of the spinner that we could get punished for. And then, yeah, so like we use crab and we use Booyah Bomb to start contesting spinner. And like that's burning 2 of our specials in this kind of case. Again, I don't think any of these people should be like contesting this type of area. If I'm the mini in this spot, I'm probably like backing up and like trying to hold this type of spot. And if we can get a bubble up here, there's a chance that we can start flooding in and dealing with enemy team. But unfortunately, or fortunately for us if we're on the yellow team, we catch the mini here, and so like we're able to take space. So it takes us 2 specials to take spinner when we probably didn't need to use any, or like maybe 1, because we already got the wipe. And so now we don't have the specials that like strong specials to hold down important spots on the map, and we want to like be able to take control of this area and prevent them from like moving in this way. Because like it's dangerous for them to be over here as well on the right side, or like our left side if we're on yellow team, like the left side. But because of their weapon comp, like a lot of them have to be very up close, and so them dropping over here is going to be a bigger pain. But they can definitely get like a mini or something up here and still get value and still, you know, still be able to threaten and pressure to avoid the KO altogether. But I would like to see us prioritize this after we get our picks. And, you know, we can either jump across using the spinner fin, or we can take the block up here. Which this is a little bit dangerous because you're like, there's clean ways that you can climb up here. Like you can squid roll, you can use the back part of this wall to keep yourself a little bit safer than you normally would, but you're still putting yourself in a very vulnerable spot. But because of the weapons that are left, we should be able to like look to take those positions. And like moving forward's good, but again, like, you know, we have 2 people on tower, which is unnecessary. We know where the last 2 people on this map are. And like machine could already be contesting this if we pushed with like that reef slider or moved through spinner while the reef slider was taking that space. So we've just given up a lot of space, and now we're like taking a lot of fights, which fighting on their end is definitely going to score us points. Like regardless of if we win or lose this engagement, like we're still going to get second checkpoint for it. So it's not bad, but we're relying on winning these fights, presumably with the enemy having spawn armor, in order to like KO the game, which is probably less likely to actually happen. And then we have this type of spot where we've allowed the enemy team to take high ground, even though they want to drop. We've given them high ground when we probably could have already pushed it. Hey, what's up, Alpha? Welcome in, welcome in. Love this map for tower, but you saw my clip. There's good spaces for a stringer. Yeah. There's definitely some interesting spots. But yeah, your clip was, I think you were playing like on great and stuff. And yeah, Stringer's tough. Stringer, I think, requires a lot of like specific spacing in order to actually get optimal value with that weapon. Dude, there was a play during the Splat World Championships where Chocopero was playing a splash, or no, it was playing Zap, and had like perfect fall off with Zap on the back end wall of a Rainmaker podium. I was so impressed. It was so perfect. Just had an any percent race that had to be retimed to figure out who won. Oh no. Must have been like super close. That's hype though. If you were one of the retimed runs, hopefully you win. But either way, it sounds like an exciting time. But yeah, like we're having the fight at a special disadvantage at this point because we used all of our specials early on. And like a 29 push isn't bad, but this could have been a way better play. Like we were able to initially get the wipe before without having to use our specials, and we burned 2 of our highly valuable specials in this type of spot. So once they use specials on their end, then we're gonna have a hard time like holding. And again, we're popping crab and we're popping Booyah Bomb at the same time. And we have a couple of different ideas going on. So if y'all are a team that play often, and y'all are often like scrimming and playing in tournaments, I would definitely look to work toward your overall team special usage, like understanding. So like at a very high level, or I guess we'd be pushing this way, like at a very high level, understanding like what parts of the map you want to control. So when you initially get the wipe and y'all are positioned over here, like that's a pretty fresh wipe. So you have time to like start holding this kind of position. And you can, if you get to the spinner first, it's not that you win the fights outright, but you slow down the enemy team a ton. So the rest of your teammates that are jumping in, they can paint mid like we were doing for free because they have to sit on the tower and wait for checkpoints and stuff. But understanding like what's important to control and how far forward we can get to do that. So this is very rough, but if we're looking at what we need to control in general on this map, I'm just going to number it from our perspective of 1 being I'd probably say like this is 6. You kind of need to soft control some of the stuff in front of it, but then we'll say this is 0, I guess. But just to give somewhat of a visual of like what you need to control in order to win the game. Yo, what's a mushy boy? I love all people. I don't know how to answer that question. I think everyone is wonderful. But bonus points to anyone that plays Splatoon, you know. So yeah, when we get the wipe over here, loving the water bottle, thank you. When we get the wipe here, because of the timing window, we can skip controlling 3 and we probably can skip controlling 4. And by skip, I mean the rest of our team can consolidate paint after we've already taken that space. Boss the true health. So we probably can look to start taking space here and then kind of trust, or like if we get here as a splash, we can paint around this area. So we have the ability to move out. But if either we look to use our crab on top of spinner, or if we have machine pushing in, like there's ways for us to be able to get to this point and start fighting, not control this fully, but we can start fighting for like this area of the map without having to use specials. Because we ended up controlling this part and we were like kind of here, and then we had to use specials in order to fight past this. And because we had to use our specials early, that's what ended up limiting our push. Yo, what's up, Void then? Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hope the stream went well. I think I saw your team playing in that one tournament with like the banned weapons or whatever. Yo, what's up, Femi? Hello, hello. So I think that was a tournament. There was another tournament going on, so maybe I'll play in the other one. But hopefully, I feel like y'all will do really well in the banned tournaments because y'all play every weapon imaginable. So I hope everything went well. We're currently just doing some scrim reviews. And so yeah, that's why we stalled to 24 versus getting a KO completely. And then, you know, we were scrambling and we were still ahead a little bit with the scrambles, but then we ended up just like popping all of our specials all together, which goes back to like the lack of our coordination of like what specials we need in order to take certain spots on the map. And, you know, if you're playing it with a team that you play with consistently, you want to try to get that information and make those decisions before you actually get into the match. That way you're not scrambling and people don't have different ideas of how to approach a given scenario. I like us taking space here. A little bit unfortunate that we get picked. You know, we're running into enemy paint. Probably, if ideally, maybe we don't play as close to center mid as we do. But, you know, you find an opportunity, you're playing Tetra, you go in, it's fine. You're stalling, your teammates have specials, so I give some leeway to the exact decisions. I've felt this pain before. This is tilt. I know the feeling that you just went through. You were unable to climb, and then you're like, there's part of you that's frustrated, so we're just gonna continue the play. One thing I will say, I don't know if we want to drop this way when tower's already past mid. This isn't bad necessarily. That pain. Yeah. Like this idea isn't awful, but the problem with it is that we don't have a lot of paint to get over there. Unless we wanted to like, which like this is hard to path while you technically could by map checking, but this is hard to see. But just brute forcing it through all of this paint and then just like effectively running at the tower person is probably pretty dangerous. There's a couple of things that you could do here, and it kind of depends on what the rest of your team's doing. Which, where's your, oh, your splash had to jump out. But we kind of need to slow this down a little bit. And ideally we can play with like a special from our team in order to get value. But we are in a bit of a time crunch because we drop here and because there aren't a lot of good opportunities to make it to the tower. Again, unless we go for like one of these routes, which I don't even know if this is a good play, but it's creative. But it takes a lot of time. And tower's probably up here by then, and then you probably lose that window. But I just, in order for this to develop, if mid was inked, or like if this area was like your ink that you could swim through, I'd be way more accepting of this play. But we're going into it, and I'm pretty sure we can see. We should at least be able to see just by map checking after we die. But there just isn't a lot of paint in mid. So yeah. So we can see at this point that it's like all enemy ink, but we also should have seen it going in. But this whole play just feels forced. This is just unfortunate and kind of funny, but you know, going for this jump and roll forward afterwards is tough. Because you're expecting them to not know you're there, but you had to like paint into a sea of enemy ink. So there's probably a good chance that someone on their team is able to like spot out your play right now. Because most of them are moving forward. There isn't a lot for this T-Tech to be doing in the spot other than checking for someone dropping. Realistically. So I think we could have slowed it down a little bit, but we need to give our teammates time. If you play with a crab or you play with a Booyah Bomb, then we're chilling. But honestly, like the feeding nature of Tetra, this is like, I'm not like a Tetra specialist. So like if you're going to feed, it's probably better you feed faster, but I would have liked this to be more stally for time versus and making the enemy team uncomfortable versus like I'm gonna take the first fight that I see. Yo, what's up, Spanish Armada? I feel like this play needs to buy time for your team to work. You need to draw aggro from like 3 enemies. Yeah, that's well said. Yeah, drawing the attention of multiple people is definitely going to be part of it. So yeah, stalling out this fight and not just trying to take the first fight that you see. It felt very. I think it's one of the problems sometimes I see with Tetra gameplay is that we're overly reliant on the idea that we can feed and that we need to be feeding. And there's certain scenarios like this is a perfect example where if we're going to drop into mid, we need to play it a little bit slower. Like we want to start collapsing and closing in on them, but we don't want to take the fight doing this. I'd rather us get more paint. Oops. I'd rather us have more paint and be able to like have more options, you know? Or even if you want to throw an auto bomb, just so this person has to like drop off the tower. But we need to slow this down, especially since your splash like jumped out. Y'all have a bunch of specials, but y'all are in no position in order to like be able to use them, which can be hard to tell. Like if your awareness is next level and you can, you're map checking while doing all this, which I wouldn't expect at this level because I only do that occasionally. Truthfully, if I'm like looking for like this type of play, I wouldn't necessarily look at that because I don't have that level of mini-map discipline yet. But yeah, us going for this pick is just like very, very risky. And exactly like Spanish Armada said, we want to draw more attention our way before committing to this fight. Which a little bit heads up from the T-Tech of dropping off tower to get the pick there, but like you rolled right into them. You rolled into a straight line. You didn't make it difficult for them. Yo, Sir Skit. Welcome in, welcome in. How's the stream? Were you playing in any of the funny tournaments that were happening today? I think I saw you looking to play in the whatever that tournament was called. I think like the Smogan or whatever. It was like banned weapons tournament effectively. So how did it go? Like results wise, how did it feel with like the tournament format? I didn't get to play in it because I was watching the Nintendo stuff and doing some IRL stuff. Or sorry, I keep calling it the Nintendo World Championships, but the Splat World Championships. So I have to go back and like see people's reactions to the tournament. But hopefully it was well received. I think it's an interesting idea, so hopefully it all went well. Top 4, nice. Good format, last 5 hours. 5 rounds of Swiss. That's one thing. TOs were good. Yeah, TOs usually like are, you know, they're trying to work with us. But I swear, I don't know what it is about a Sindhu tournament, but like in the zone and any Splatoon, any Sindhu TO tournament that exists, like Sindhu obviously does a wonderful job of TOing, but I feel like every player is like on their best behavior, or like they're like immediate to like joining lobbies. Like I feel like things just run really well because there's like a Sindhu buff to the tournaments. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just the time zone. So like there's a lot more like veteran and higher level players that are trying to get into Sindhu tournaments. I don't know the specifics behind it, but yeah, sometimes certain formats can drag on for a long time, and often I just kind of prefer the double elim in most cases. But yeah, I'll have to go back and watch. Was there a like main broadcast? I'm sure whatever comps you all played were super spicy, so I'll probably have to go back and watch your matches. But yeah, that's true as well. Zones only does go by pretty fast. As he runs plus fair. Yeah, there's a level of respect for Sindhu where it's like I'm not misbehaving. I just wish we did that for all tournaments, but Sindhu definitely deserves it. It's a funny thing every time that that I play in one of the tournaments. Although I think the next in the zone is going to be like Clan Blitz only, I think is what Sindhu was saying. But neither here nor there. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate you. I'll go back and watch this after the stream. But nice. Glad you had a good time. Thank you so much for the raid. And yeah. Kind of downvote the shit out of you if you ever get +1 suggest. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I know a little bit about the +3 politics because it kind of is transparent on Twitter, but I don't know anything about there's so many +2 players that are like EU and I know nothing about them. Like I know that they're good players, but I just like don't see them ever because they play in tournaments that are often, they don't overlap unless it's like a weekend tournament. But yeah, I wonder how the politics are up in those plus servers. I'm sure people are petty enough to do that kind of stuff. Not Sindhu, but you know. I don't know. I don't know what goes into like the voting and stuff. I'm sure some of it's Splatoon related, but some of it's also probably pretty probably based off of other things. This is a good pick here. I would focus on more survivability at this point. Yeah, it's unfortunate that we run into this spot. I don't hate us pushing into a corner because at a high level, like it goes back to what our teammates are doing. And if we're dancing into this corner, like there's a chance that we get a pick on the brush. But realistically, this whole play is going to end up with us trapped here and we either have to jump out or we're dead. So if we're going to constantly keep pressuring the opponent in this spot, and there's other less direct ways to pressure the opponent in this kind of scenario, but if we are going to go for this kind of play, like we need to make sure that our teammates are like moving forward, which in a scrim environment we can control. Why are there like words in the paint? I can see like the letter A. There's like some conspiracy stuff. There's a P. What does the paint say? Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing right now. Anyways, and like we're trying to like get paint over here, so I think you probably can slow it down just a little bit and either do a little bit of painting yourself, either look for a shark or I don't know, just approach it a little bit different. Like it looks like you're trying to like roll back over into here, but I feel like your team still needs a little bit more time. Classic Tetra. Thank you. I'm glad someone saw something in the paint. I knew there was a message there and I couldn't find it. So, but yeah, like we lose out on some value here because the timing window of what we're trying to do doesn't align with what our team is trying to do. And then you look at their Tetra, which y'all are in two different scenarios. So like, I don't think you both should play it the same in this. Like you have to approach a spot in a differently. But like in this kind of spot, I like the Tetra's like ability to take it a little bit slower and shark and find like an opportunity to go for a pick. They probably should have got sniped in that spot, but I I don't know. There's certain spots where like you get the first pick, so I think you can slow down just a time. Like continue to be aggressive taking space, but don't throw yourself out where like you're wasting all of your rolls and you're gonna pin yourself into a corner. Because you can actively choose not to do that in this kind of scenario. That's tough. This is tough, but the idea is good. I like us being a little bit slower here to fish for an opportunity. But one thing I would say, I would probably rather position myself using this paint versus this paint. Just because I feel like we have more options and there's a less chance for us to actually get found. In this spot, like the Zimmy was not looking for you, and it was unfortunate you got painted over, but you can kind of like that's somewhat expected just based off of what they're going to be doing. So I like us going this way because I mean, and you can also like go here. You know, you can like play around the wall. There's a lot of different ways that we can play it. I don't like us being in this open corridor just because if you're the enemy team and you're moving this way, like you're just naturally going to paint this after. And I know that we want to look for a play where we can like roll on glass and then have like an easy fight. But I do think that we played, there's better options for us here. And if we lean closer to this right side, we do have the option to drop off, you know, if we can attack the tower directly, or if there's someone else that's like painting in mid that we can look for an opportunity to single them out. They're autobomb to scout. Yeah, scouting definitely work as well. Autobomb reveals you. Yeah, like you do give up some information when you throw autobomb, but in this kind of scenario, like you have plenty of time and space to like reposition yourself. And realistically, which, you know, as you get higher and higher, like enemy team is probably tracking where you are anyways. Like the enemy should have a decent idea on where people are. Like knowing where they're at specifically is tough. But like Tetra just went down, Tetra spawning in. The last person jumped out. So in this kind of scenario, your team is effectively wiped. So the enemy team is trying to think like, how are we, you know, where is Tetra? Like, right, you know, this person on tower probably is trying to get some visual information to see if maybe they're crossing this way, but there's not much else that they could be looking for. And this isn't I don't know, throwing the autobomb is like totally fine because they're focused on you anyways, kind of thing. But there are certain spots where like there's definitely a decision to be made. Like this play almost works out because we are as silent as we are. But I don't like the end position that we choose. Because even if we don't I didn't go far back on that. Yeah, the other thing is like we do get the haunt information that there is like the brush here. That's another thing I didn't really fully consider. I do like that you're going into like super stealth mode, but I don't like this being our avenue. And I'm not sure exactly what play we're going for here. Like I imagine we're trying to get over to this way and then we start rolling, but I'm so unsure based off of our positioning of like what idea we're going for. Because if we want to play fully sneaky, like we can't flank around this way fully. But I don't know, there was someone pushing through here, so maybe you're keeping an eye on that. It'd be interesting to hear like your perspective, but when you're approaching this way, I'd rather us, if we are gonna go for this type of play, like we can stall with an autobomb over the top because we know there's someone over there. And that probably isn't the worst idea because we kind of need our teammates to get back into position. And I don't think we're in a naturally good spot for us to take a take this kind of sneaky play because we're not as sneaky as we think we might be. But if we are going to go down this route, I would rather us lean over here and like be over on this angle so that the second that we see them and we know we're in a good range to take the fight, like we can immediately start taking space over here. Us going wider here also doesn't allow, like when we start exposing ourselves, the brush that we're assuming to be like right in this position behind this wall, they're gonna like, if we roll into this position, the brush can clean us up, which is what ends up happening. But if we are like farther on this wall in the glass, we can not worry about the brush for a couple of seconds. Not a couple, but we can stop worrying about the brush long enough to get the initial pick on the Zemi. So overall, I think we probably can play this a little bit slower, and I like the idea of getting auto bombs. Like even if we know this person's here, we don't have like a great way of dealing with them. But if we are going to go for the sneaky route, I'd rather us play this farther side just so that we have more space to deal with. And there's less of a chance that, like, you know, as they start swinging, they might paint this area first. But I think we can get toward this wall fast enough to where we can, you know, we'll have a better visual angle, like camera wise, and seeing what's going on over there. But I think it gives us more options, and our timings are a lot better. Because like we're trying to play cover, like we know that they know, like yeah, like we know that they know that we're here, but if we knew that, then we would either not take this fight at all, or we'd look to play like over top this way. But I think we were initially looking for a play on this brush, which I don't know why we're this close, and I think we got a little bit thrown off by the shots here, and we kind of panicked because we had to do something. So it's unfortunate. We probably potentially could have got a trade there, but based off of the information that was present, this doesn't fully make sense to me. But your teammates are able to get specials. Again, we're using Crab and Booyah Bomb at the same time. I don't know if it's actively needed. Nice. Yeah, and again, the way that we play this is gonna kind of be dictated by like how the rest of our team is doing stuff. Interesting. I like us being in positions to like make these kinds of plays. So overall, I'm chilling. This is good patience, and the enemy team is a little bit panicked. Like being on the ledge here, like pre-firing this for as long as we did, we leave ourselves at a chance of getting shot by a more observant T-Tech, but I like the continuation, and I like us taking space. And the next fight that we take is going to be toward their plot, but yeah, I think we both know we're here. This feels like a weird. I'm interested to see it from the enemy Tetra perspective, but I'm pretty sure they like know that you're there, both from checking the minimap and probably just through their screen visually. Yeah. Yeah, this play is like a weird skill check. I don't know. I don't like us going for this type of play. Just because it's like a potential trade. I like us moving forward and like taking this wall, but like we could also look to take like this side of the wall, or we could wrap around and take this wall side over here. You know, there's different ways that we can go up the wall. But the other thing is like, because we just moved through mid, we'll go at a bird's eye view, but on the overhead, you have to push through full enemy paint in order to keep moving forward. So like the people that are spawning in, someone should be like calling you out and should see this. And then, you know, these shots that you take here and you climbing up here gives this person enough time and information to potentially deal with you. So again, I would rather like, I think we could potentially throw an auto bomb in this type of spot and just get some information. And if we want to start going wider, we can. But this is like a weird 50-50 where I think we need to look at the game from the perspective of the enemy and kind of understand that they should know where we're at in a lot of these spots. And I feel like we have a false sense of stealthiness based off of the paint mechanics alone. You're not wrong, but based off of how people play Splatoon, they can get that information pretty easily, or at least they should be. And yeah, like the fight you took with the Tetra was very much like a 50-50, and you were like trying to run at them like you try to run at them like they didn't know that you're there, but you should know that they know that you're there. Also, foam stars. If you need me, another screenshot. Visual clutter. Splatoon. Visual clutter issues all the way. Square Enix, give me a PS5. I'll shill your game. I like the constant movement to keep kind of maneuvering past this, but again, this whole scenario just feels very rushed. Rushed and like vanilla, very basic. Like, again, this is another scenario where we get up here and we think that they don't know that we're here, but like their teammates coming where we're at because they just died, and we have a kill cam area POV thing where they like know exactly where your movement is, and like it feels like we're not taking that into consideration. Yo, Pika Dave, hello. Oh wait, were y'all the cherry hammers? I assumed anything with a cherry name. I'm guessing the tournament just ended. How did the tournament go? Hopefully all that went well. I didn't see who ended up winning, but hopefully you all won. But either way, how was the tournament? Sir Skit came through and said that the format was nice. Maybe it took a little bit long, but you know, sometimes those things happen. Big dubs, let's go. Welcome in, everyone. We're doing a little bit of other views of a scrim, and looks super fun. That's good to hear. Yeah, the format seems super interesting, and I know that like a while ago, I don't know if that's the same list, because I know Jim, like Squid School, did an interview with, I don't remember their name. I think it's like Frozen or something, like SBC. I don't remember their name, but they were talking about a similar kind of thing. So I don't know if that like what they were working on in that server of having like band stuff coordinates with what was going on with this tournament, but it's cool to see those ideas realized into a format that a lot of people seemed really excited for. I think there was like 50 or 60 teams or something that signed up, which is like really crazy for you know, not like one of these like off meta tournaments. Over 70. Wow. Also, thank you for the follows, everyone. Is it pronounced Enye? If not, please correct me. And thank you, Pika Day, for the follow. Much appreciated. Anya? Hopefully I got that right. I'm Anya. Okay, hopefully I got that right. But thank you for your patience. I appreciate it, and thank you for the follow and the support. Most people don't. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, these kinds of scenarios where I think we can probably slow this game down a little bit. Yeah, no, definitely chill. Especially, I think it was like over 5 hours or so the tournament. So yeah, definitely get yourself some food, stay hydrated, probably get some sleep at this point, and yeah, definitely appreciate all of the content. I know that oh yeah, I didn't give people shout outs. I probably should do that because that's what normal streamers do. So shout out Sir Skit. Sir Skit is a very awesome personality, and they did previously. They're an insane blaster that I think got 30 splats at a recent LAN, but very, very high level player, and yeah, all around very positive, good vibes, and I like to promote that. Pika Dave, I cannot talk right now. I'm so sorry. Pika Dave, another fantastic streamer, another high level streamer playing for Cherry Limeade, and they've recently done videos on. I think you're doing like a series, if I'm not mistaken, on like sub weapons, but they have a very Pika Dave has a very interesting mindset when it comes to the game and wanting to like promote creativity, wanting to promote a lot of looking at stuff that is often kind of brushed aside and finding value, which Cherry Limeade as a team I think does that, where they make things that aren't considered meta work, or at least they're able to successfully incorporate it. And I really like the way that they play, because they play weird stuff, but it like makes sense. And like you can tell that there's care and practice put into the decisions that they make. Thoughts getting a little rowdy. But yeah, I always appreciate, conversations from people that are okay to, be a little bit more vulnerable and have opinions and takes that are going to go against the grain to the general community consensus. It helps to have a lot of experience and presence and, competitive victories, being at the probably DivX level, I would assume. I don't know what y'all were at in Ludi, but, having a lot of success is a way to provide legitimacy to what you're saying. But Pika Dave just does a really wonderful job of like actually being very, well researched, well thought out, a lot of experience playing with less meta things. And yeah, so definitely if you're looking for the type of higher level thinking that I was ranting about earlier, but kind of keep pushing the community and challenge ourselves to think about the game in different ways so that we can all improve. Pika Dave is a wonderful resource. I still remember some of your like blob and splash wall guides back in Splatoon 2. I didn't know the extra range that you could get and like all the setups that you had with it. So either way, much appreciated, and yeah, we'll get back to it. But yeah, this spot we're playing, like, it feels like we assume that they don't know where we're at, even though they 1000% know where we're at, and then we kind of panic with the way that we play some of this. And I don't want us to be as panicked about this as we probably because your coach, nice. Because like in this kind of scenario, your teammates should be able to start giving you information on like, like how close they are to special, where they're at, and what we're trying to do. And instead of Micro Nipple, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you. In this scenario, instead of just sitting in the spot where they know where you're at, I would either try like immediately get on top of the spinner and throw an auto bomb and just start painting and be annoying and like let them know that you're annoying. Or you can use this time to like potentially get over here. I don't know if being over here is like kind of weird. I'd probably prefer to be on spinner just because your team still needs some time. So keeping them off spinner is probably a good idea. But I feel like we can do more with our time than just sitting and sharking, because we're not getting any value because they know that we're here. And if we just stall for long enough, the other thing on TC specifically, well, it's on all the map modes. Oh, yeah, to a certain degree, it's on all. But these both of these fans on the spinner have a great, like if we did want to go for a reef slider play, excuse me, we want to go for reef slider, like I just want us to approach at an angle that isn't immediately obvious. Oh, Micro Nipple just won. I see. Thank you. But I hope you're doing well. And hopefully the Pika Dave tourney win was a lot of fun. I have to go back and watch from everyone's POV. It sounds like a fun tournament. And also seems like there was a lot of really high level competition playing it in it as well. So hopefully there's some interesting ideas. But yeah, like there's been a couple of times here where we're trying to take a very vanilla angle, and there's a lot this spinner and like this all of the fins and everything. Like this is effectively like a jungle gym where you're at recess, and there's so many different like little activities that you can do along here. Like you can climb up the walls, you can get on the grates, you can go, around, you can go potentially over top. Like there's a lot of different areas that we can go. And same thing when we're pushing here and we know that someone's rushing in this way, and we end up taking like just very vanilla, like straightforward routes when we can be a little bit more creative. And then like we get the pick here, we could like, I don't hate us moving forward, but if we want to continue to be annoying, like we can potentially back up here, which if we back up here, we're probably going to get dropped and splatted by this person. So maybe fully committing isn't the worst thing. I don't think we know they're there, but I don't know. I'm not Tetra specialist, so when it comes to analyzing this kind of decision, I'm not sure. But I think the initial entry that we did, I think we could have done a little bit better, a little bit more creative, and potentially caught them off guard. But trading down, especially when there's only a minute left, your team has lead. Y'all are chilling. Thank you so much. Have a good night. Definitely get some sleep. I know some people may have tomorrow off. Some people may be on the work or school grind still. So definitely get some sleep if you need it. It's important to stay hydrated, stay rested, and take care of ourselves, especially when you're a boomer at my age. And it comes back at you if you don't. Because again, like our overall value of the specials that we get have been a little bit weak. And I think we can help strengthen the value of like our crabs and booyah bombs by staying alive longer, by, stalling out a little bit longer, and giving your teammates opportunities to be able to work with you. It often feels like we're on different wavelengths, and these types of sick plays are what's allowing us to outplay the enemy. We want to incorporate our team and our game plan a little bit, and it's an interesting way. I like the play around the spawn armor there, but part of this goes back to being an issue with the comp itself, but we're also not trying to adapt to how the comp needs to be played. Because overall, with this comp, we're falling really behind. Or the rest of our team's kind of falling behind with as fast as we're trying to play the game, whether it be in spots where we're going for flanks on the tower a couple of times when we did that, whether it be us moving forward and taking space and like we're taking fights while our teammates are still trying to even push into mid at that point, and we're all just, painting and stuff. But we're just playing at different speeds, which doesn't fully utilize Tetra as much as I think it can be utilized. And I understand, like, the deeper that we fight with the Tetra, the more time we give the rest of our teammates to continue to move forward. But if we're in these positions where we know we're quite a bit farther ahead than the rest of our team, I think part of it, your team needs to be playing a little bit faster. There's clear spots where the rest of your team can be moving faster to support what you're doing or give you a jump, and actually play around the game plan you're trying to do. But there has to be a give and take. We're compromising with the nature of our team playing with the Charger and playing with the Tetra. It's going to require us to have to play a little bit different. And sometimes we need to slow down a little bit, and then the rest of the team needs to speed up when it's possible. But I think mechanically, I think you played well. I think your Tetras are very solid. There's just some fights that I think we could have taken a little bit better, I guess. Like everything seemed fine, but I would say The biggest thing for you personally, and we can go over like a couple of team things, but I think we need to work on our creativity. I think is something that is going to be very important as we continue to play the game. And when because there was a lot of times like when tower was over here and it was just T-Tech on the tower. So there's one person on tower and I think there's like 3 on your plot. And then you ran over here and dropped. And you just took this fight head on. You actually just rolled into them completely. And like there is a bit like it's uncomfortable to have the tower continue to move up here, but we had enough time to like come up with a better approach. We could have played in our paint and taken a really wide route, which probably I don't like that idea. We could just paint ourselves. We could throw auto bombs on tower to stall it. There's a lot of ways. If we're going to start moving in, maybe we jump forward and then like look to roll in like a different direction and potentially catch the enemy team off guard. But just rolling at them and trying to take the fight as fast as possible, especially when your options are already limited based off of the paint and the situation. I think we can do better. I think we can push ourselves to be a little bit better. Same thing here when we wipe the team and like you end up painting through mid and you take this spot. And I love that you're taking like the idea of you taking like getting onto their plot and start contesting onto their plot. Like there's a nice timing window there and I love the idea, but we see this person moving in and this person also knows that you're on this wall because of the way, just based off of the map and the information you've provided. And we're giving them an opportunity to trade. And again, we're not trying to like move sideways or anything. We're just like immediately holding forward and rolling and jumping at them. And we don't want to just roll forward at someone because it should have been a trade. There's a chance you could potentially lose it. And I think there's better ways. But even after we get that pick, we try to put ourselves into the scenarios where we think that we're like stealth, but the enemy team knows where we're at. And like, you can still mask what you want to do when you're like, if you're in this scenario, if you're sitting behind the spinner and the rest of the enemy team is like, you know, they're moving forward this way. There's so many ways to approach the enemy team. Again, you can go over top on this side of the wall. You can go over top on the little, like the middle part of it or over here. You can climb up these walls and get onto the grates. You can, you know, look to take space over here and just take a very off angle and just stall them over. You know, you can sit over here and stall them. And if they try to start playing around spinner to contest your team, like they can't do that comfortably because they have to worry about the person literally right behind them. There's good and bad creative ways to approach the game, but I would just like to see us try to stretch things out a little bit more. It's not just roll forward, take fight. Hopefully we win because we have better aim, or hopefully we win because we're a little bit faster. There's more interesting ways that will to kind of approach the game. Off angles. We can look to use like auto bombs. So like, you know, use utility to help us out. We use special a couple of times in some really interesting spots. So I like that. I liked, you know, we use the special so that we could play around the enemy spawn armor when they're spawning into this open area. So that was really cool. That's a creative play that I really like. But also the ability to stall and either work with our team or just hold a specific area. And it just seemed like we took the most obvious answer in front of us. And in certain cases, it wasn't a problem and we didn't get punished here, but we will get punished in the future. And especially as something like the Tetras, like there's moments where you can play a little bit slower and stealthier, and there's certain times where you can just roll around and be annoying. But trying to think of another way of phrasing this, but I don't think it's its own point. I think this creativity thing is, and like how we approach situations and being more creative, I think is that's like the one thing I'd want you to focus on. But another way of looking at some of this is that we want to consider like I want us to think like the enemy. So if you put your brain into the enemy's shoes and, you know, you just splatted someone over here and they're still down and you're sharking in like the same spot. It's like even in solo queue, you would still probably be found out by the rest of their team of where you're at if you don't move and you don't go back to be creative with how you approach the next situation. But especially in a scrim environment where they're going to have VC, they can relay all that information to their teammates. We can be a lot better with this. And, you know, again, if you're this person on tower and you know that this person's dropped and, you know, they're jumping at us and they have no paint to work with, it's like they roll forward and they don't really have anywhere to go. So it's really important for us to, like, you know, if I'm the enemy Tetra, this is a very straightforward play. And I feel like we're playing very vanilla. I think our mechanics are carrying us in a lot of spots. And there's just different ways that you can look to approach the game and find ways to accomplish whatever it is you're trying to do. And, you know, it really is just like using all of the resources that you have, with your teammates being one of those resources. So yeah, that's the biggest thing for you, I would say. I think your mechanics are really, really good. But try to work and be a little bit more creative. For your team, y'all need to work on, I think, your overall speed. I mean, this is advice that basically every team, even high-level teams, are able to work on playing faster and being more speedy. But I think specifically for your comp, part of your comp, especially with the backline plus Tetra dynamic, and the backline's not like a ballpoint, part of the issue here is like y'all are going to be playing at two different speeds. You want to you have the need to feed as a Tetra, and the rest of your team wants to play a little bit more methodical, make sure that your charger's in a good position. And there's still spots where y'all wipe the enemy team and like your machine and your splash are over here, and like they can totally like move forward and take space, because that helps you accomplish what you're trying to do. And in general, I think it's just best practice. Again, like we saw a lot in the Splat World Championships. You can be very fast on weapons, especially if you have all the information you need, which a wipe gives you a ton of information. So yeah, so like part of it is like I want y'all to play faster, but also just play at the same speed. And if your teammates are painting and like slowly behind, I want you to be more focused on like the stall type of tactic and like slow down so your teammates are in a position to be able to assist you. The other thing that I think y'all really need to work on is special coordination, I'm just gonna say. A lot of times, and it's okay to use specials at the same time, but there was a lot of times where we used a crab and we used a booyah bomb at the same time, and we only needed one. If we played faster, we actually probably don't need any of them. But you know, for most teams that are, you know, we're all in the same pool as this kind of mid-level area. We can't play as fast. We can't be as fast as like a top team, because there's a lot of decisions that we still need to process, and we want to make sure we're using our brain when we play the game. So like it's going to take a lot of time for us to build the speed aspect of it. But when it comes to, oh, we have a booyah bomb and a crab, how do we want to use them? it feels like they're either panicked or not thought out as much as they could be for the overall team environment. And if we're already onto their plat, you know, how do we use a crab or how do we use a booyah bomb to take certain spots? For example, like we can use crab to like a crab top mid can help us hold this whole area, and we can either force them back here or you know, or they have to just back out completely. And same thing with booyah bomb. Like there's spots where we can use our specials and accomplish a overall task. And this whole thing of like, how do we KO the enemy team? We have to go through these phases. And if we're fighting for spinner, how do we accomplish that with the tools that we have? And sometimes we don't always think about the game in this respect, and we end up being very wasteful with our specials, which again, our mechanics carry us in this scenario. And this is something that every team does poorly. I say this and then I'll go play in a scrim or a tournament and I'll mess this up. You know, the coordination takes time. It takes a lot of effort and it takes thinking about it, depending on the map, depending on the mode, depending on the specific circumstances, but just something to consider as you all are working, because there's just a lot of wasted specials and a lot of wasted value. And like that first push you had to get all of your points, y'all could have probably KO'd, especially based off of like your mechanics. I think y'all could have KO'd if you used your resources a little bit wiser. But overall, you know, good stuff. I think, again, mechanically, I think y'all are very, very solid. It's just making sure that when we get value, when we get a pick, we're leveraging that as best as we can. So yeah, good stuff. Thank you for the replay code. I will be right back. We're gonna go through one of King Jahim's codes. We'll probably start with one of them because we have one of them. Did you have a preference between Scorch Clams or Inkblot Zones? Or the set against Sonder? There's an Umami Zones code. I'll probably start with one and we can kind of work through. But I don't know if there was one specifically that you were most excited for or thought was most interesting. Or if there's something you wanted to highlight or whatnot. Also, welcome in everyone. Yo, Vapor! Shout out to Vapor. Vapor's a real one. Working hard to allow us to enjoy high-level Splatoon tournaments. Also a very high-level tournament winner. Winning the recent Megalodon Cup. I think it was the most recent one. Whatever the Splat Zones one was. Y'all did pretty well in a tournament today, right? Vapor, did you play in the weird wacky tournament? Third, okay. Because I saw someone posted their tournament results and they lost to you all like really late into the tournament, so y'all had to do really well. A request for one of the games, let's go. Whole team? I mean probably the whole team, but yeah. Well, if there's something that you prefer, then we can specify that. Ooh, 20 bomb, nice. Sick. Yeah, if there's a specific perspective or anything that you're looking for, but generally for like scrim stuff, I try to incorporate the whole team. In solo queue, sometimes you have to think about it in the team perspective, but yeah. Anyways, let me get this code then. I like Scorch Clams, and we've done a little bit of Scorch Clams, so I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna plug this code in, and then I need a little bit of time because I was late getting the sheets into the washer, and I need to go make the bed so that we have a place to sleep after the stream ends. So I'm gonna need like probably 5 to 7 minutes in order to be a responsible person. But I'm interested to see how you play a roller on Clammies. Because I know a lot of ways that Sharky weapons work, but not rollers. V roller is very interesting. I'm actually interested in your perspective as a V roller on like I'm sure it's probably a weapon that you like or that you're passionate about, but in terms of like its competitive merits, like why do you choose it over something like an Octobrush or a Carbon? I know from playing you all specifically, like you'll actually get a good amount of value out of your the bubbles. But I have no idea what div you all would be considered. Probably like div 2, I would say. I don't know. As a new team, but the team is 1-2 buckle my shoe. I don't know how to make that fit. Buckle my shoe. That's the best we get. Oh, okay. Well, I guess sheets aren't dry, so we'll get right to it. Like somewhere around that area. I don't know. And I think this was a tournament against another Div 1 to Div X team in Nightmare, who recently was I mean they've won a lot of weeklies, but they've qualified for like the recent Ink TV set. This is relevant to that one, so we'll just do something like this. That way we're chilling. I want to get some food real quick to chomp on a little bit. Curling bomb. The fact that the main weapon is actually good at killing, not as bad as people think. I think that's fair. Roller trips really well. Really good at not missing chip damage. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yo, what's up, Sully? Wait, Sully, do you have this is a really random question. Also, congrats on the 2700. Do you have a Twitter? The only reason why I bring it up is because there was another Squiffer. I don't know if you know who Adrian is. They're like a very high level Squiffer player. But they like screenshotted your name on like a post, I think, and they're like, does anyone know who this person is? I think because you like popped off in a game or something, either with them or against them. I don't really know. But I thought it was funny. Make one suit nice. Was in chat. Gotcha. Sick. Consistent minimum of 35. Gotcha. And how do you feel about like curling bomb? So I think the mix up actually is really annoying. But it's like, I don't know, people can generally think of curling bomb as like very weak. Obviously it synergizes really well with something like V-Roller that wants to hide its movement a little bit more and needs to get into close range, but do you think Curly Bomb is like a a sub that something like V-Roller really wants? Or would it feel better to have that weapon and use like another, have another special or another sub with it instead? Combos with their X from midline weapons? Good at keeping people in one place or making someone move to you? That's an interesting perspective. I agree, but I never really thought about it like that. But it is true. Anyways, I'm gonna go get a little bit of food and then we'll start looking at this and breaking it down. Feel free to chime in whenever you have any other input or questions or things you want to highlight or whatever the case. Okay. Take care, boss. Have a good night. Later. All right. So on this map, if I'm curling your ramp, you don't paint the trail. And then yeah, there's a roll in your base. Gotcha. Also, it can be a little bit scary to paint it, especially like depending on like the weapons that they have, because it puts them in range of getting one shot by you. You have to look at the curling. Yeah, the threat for sure. Well put. Roller lockout advantage is dominant. Especially once you're in, if you can get a bubble down, like it's very scary on a lot of different modes. A lot of people complaining curling bomb on the new brush. I don't think it's all bad for getting into places and being annoying. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes. So I'm not sure exactly how Paintbrush is gonna fit in, but it seems interesting at least. I'm excited to see it. So anyways. So we're V-Roller here. We have quite a bit of range and paint. Like I think this is a pretty balanced comp. I think there's a lot of displacement and a lot of there's a lot of ways for your team to like be able to establish control, if that makes sense. Like I consider your team, sorry, I'm like finishing food. But there's like a lot of chaos that comes from your team. And yeah, if the roller is able to finally get into a position that they're comfortable in or that is very strong, then they can take over the game. And in certain cases, bubble helps cement that. Which, depending on the mode, like if you're in their base and you get a bubble down ready to score, it's like super, super scary because of the lockout that King Jaheim was talking about. Against their comp, I feel like walls are kind of a problem. Not that it's like, not that they're super difficult to deal with, but you know, with a playstyle like 52s, like it can be very aggressive and it's very easy for us to establish space if we're able to push in as well. And obviously with Inkjet, yeah, what's up, X-Ray? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. But they have a lot of tools to also be aggressive. I think Inkjet's very scary right now, so this seems like a very offensive battle from both sides where both of us want an opportunity to like jump in on the other person's, but especially playing around walls, playing around Inkjet, getting into good positions with crabs, there's a lot of like skill matchup, but it's ultimately very scary for either team to be able to push through and run over the other team. So I feel like this game can be a little bit snowbally, potentially from both sides, but both sides have a pretty well balanced comp that are able to deal with a lot of different areas. Well, I played over Carbon, the main weapon being able to kill itself and burst one flick combo. Not far off from the same time as a regular flick. Fair. Yeah, I really like V-Roller. There aren't a ton of V-Rollers, so it's interesting to get your perspective. I've been up since 5 a.m. because of the Splat World Championship. Sheesh. I also don't know how we want to play rollout at the beginning, because like, as one of the things as a roller, like a roller that wants to get in, sometimes it can be tough at the very beginning of the match to find ourselves an opening and a place to get value, because there isn't a lot of paint, so there aren't so many places that we can actually shark. I think if we can hover around mid, this at least gives us some options of what we want to be able to do next, but it'll be interesting to see how you decide to play it. And as you were mentioning before, using curling bombs as a way to trick the enemy team. Replay moment. Nice. I like the little like patience that you have between some of your flicks. I think it complements the explosive nature very well. One thing I did want to mention here is I also want to look at this from a team perspective. I'm wondering why you didn't get your crab out, because you got, okay, you actually got crab a little bit later than the enemy team. But the enemy team was able to like establish where they wanted to crab. And where Joe's crabbing from here, I really love this. If you're able to get wide enough, then getting a crab, you can like punish anyone that's playing around this block and they have to back up in this kind of spot. So this is a very threatening position for the enemy team to put you all in. And this is kind of the ballpoint difference. They have a backline that's watching your raid side, and y'all don't have a backline. So Joe has to worry about mid very much, especially because of the roller. But I do think that, you know, we position well enough to where we can kind of squeak through. There's a chance we could have got splatted there. But I feel like we put ourselves in a really tough spot not having a crab to be able to like stabilize basically. Because like we do stabilize and get this crab out, but we had to reposition and we lose a lot of time in this kind of scenario. But the one thing I will say is that, and this is why I like your a little bit of stalling that you do, and like the pacing at which you go for plays, it's not like, oh, I'm taking this fight. There's like micro slowdowns when you're going for a lot of these picks. And we do have this really nice distraction that they want to push towards because that's where the objective is. And they also want to be able to shred this thing. So the crab does end up coming out nicely. I probably would have liked to seen it a little bit earlier. But again, we do a good job of isolating a target and immediately finding a pick and then finding that next target. Storm's our coach. Pointed out playing double splash, double machine's actually worse. Playing slow against the comp is worse because the comp is very effective at taking space and getting very close. Fair. Yeah, I definitely like the I like that your comp has a lot of like flexibility in what it does. Yeah, what's up, Bam? Me when I'm honking and shooing. But because Stamper can be like range and also be very explosive, this is always a threat as a roller to kind of slow down the game, or you could potentially get punished. And then obviously these weapons can be can have different. They're very flexible with their overall kit and especially with their specials, but I don't know, sometimes it's really hard, and I don't know if it's like a potential issue with the comp or if it requires a very specific way of like executing. But sometimes when I'm playing like double splash, double machine, it almost feels like a little bit linear. Not linear, but it's very hard to execute, I feel like, in certain spots. And I think having like a frontliner or something that like just has big impact is very scary. And I don't know if that's because there's opportunities where, you know, once we're in, we can like pop off, or like what it is, but I can definitely see that that perspective. Yo, what's up, weenies? Getting your ass kicked in Tears of the Kingdom? Oh no. Yeah, you don't want a team in your face against double crap. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what I was going back to very early on in the stream when we were talking about V Splash versus Neo Splash. If Splash can get a crab in a position where it's comfortable, then it's very effective. But when you have to, what am I trying to say? When you're being faced with a lot of pressure and the enemy team has an inkjet in the machine that can bully you for using crab. Yeah, it feels weirdly conditional. And that is an interesting like thought of like V-Roller potentially being like an anti-aggro tool. Like it can be aggressive in its own right, but when the enemy team wants to be very aggressive with its resources and wants to start pushing in and can telegraph when they want to push in because of a lot of the specials that they want to use, this gives you an opportunity to be a little bit more patient. I don't know if we'll see that in this clip, but it'll be interesting. Hey, Sunny's on hiatus. Rippies. We love Sunny. This is a tough spot. I need to look at this from your team's perspective. There's a lot going on. Like, I like us playing slowly and being like a little bit threatening. But I do think for like our team overall, I don't know. It feels like we're a little bit spread almost. Okay, I like the ability for the enemy team to collapse a little bit easier than you all collapsing. It's unfortunate that Stan isn't able to get the pick and ends up going down dealing with the ball point, but they do distract. But our comp's gonna have a hard time just with Zipcaster to be able to like actually like push in and do stuff. And with the way that Nightmare's kind of set up here, we have options to deal with a lot of these scenarios. And I think especially since they're wide enough to not have to deal with the roller threat directly because of the paint that they have, it makes their life a little bit easier. And then this machine can start hitting over like ledges and start bullying either yourself or anyone else that's hovering around mid, like with what your machine's doing. And they're very just like quick at finding those areas. And someone like Joe in this spot's able to move forward and be more out in the open because y'all don't have like a backline to potentially deal with it. And they just are able to swarm mid in this kind of scenario. So it's unfortunate it snowballs, but yeah, this looks like it might be. They don't have a ton of clams, but the way that the clams spawn in this map, it's very easy to hold a push if you have control. Fresh golden eggs. Yeah, no, they have complete control. It'll be interesting to see how you all oh, that's one way to find an opportunity. We'll go back a tiny bit, but I feel like this should have been a way stronger push than what ended up happening, but they did have to use some of their specials. Why did this? I love the target that you end up choosing in this scenario. I'm so confused with how they played those. I feel like this is like near KO potential here. Like, I don't think Storm needs to... Why did they go back? Oh, they went to score their clams. I don't know if I like this play. I'm gonna be honest. Like, if we hold this area, we're chilling on the enemy team. Or like from Nightmare's perspective. I don't like that they gave up the space, because the enemy team doesn't really have like a good way to deal with you, especially when you have a wall thrown down. I don't know. To me, this feels like a little bit of a throw. I'm not gonna lie. At least like not throwing the game altogether, but at least throwing to like not have a big push. Like, there's so much pressure established by just having a wall down and just getting this paint. It makes it really uncomfortable for your entire team to do anything. 0 clams. Yeah, no, the lack of clams is definitely like a problem here, but I don't know, like, at least from our perspective, like our splash just goes and takes care of getting more clams, which, looking at the overhead here, it's weird. I think there's a pod over here, but there is like weird spawn timings. But I don't like us giving away our positioning to initially score those clams. Like, let one of your teammates like sit in those spots. Yeah, I don't know. The more I look at this, it feels very panicked in this spot. There's no reason why they don't get set up with the crab here. If I have a crab in the spot, do they think that maybe? Yeah, like you're saying, I think the bomb spam is pretty helps out in this spot. Yeah, they waste time there, but like there's just a splash left. We need to like, to me at least, there's no reason why we're not like, if I'm this splash, I'm taking snipe immediately. Like, I don't see a reason for us to back up here and pop crab over here. It doesn't make sense to me. Especially given your comp, and like we need to hold this side over here. This feels way too safe, but again, I think like Spanish Armada saying, I think it's just a lack of communication because we're like trying to figure out how we're gonna do objective in this kind of scenario. But this crab is just useless effectively. Like it stalls out this area, but What do they do? What do they do over there? We have a bucket. What? Like, I don't know. Like maybe the only thing I could say with this play is like maybe they're trying to get a pick on the enemy splash so that they don't get a crab out. Is there a plugin? No, this is just Epic Pin, the free version of Epic Pin. Might be on edge. Yeah, this feels like just a silly play. They should have gotten it. Like, they don't have a lot of clams, but you should be able to hold this for a long period of time. You get crab up here, you hold your either a stamper, like stamper or 52 with wall, like works here as well. But if they can close in the paint here so that you can't have an easy time crossing onto this wall, like is GG. Not actually GG because they don't have the clams for it, but like this push should be way bigger. From your perspective, I love the way you play it though. You see this person go back this way and you take this advantage. So like you punish this and capitalize perfectly, but Nightmare should have a massive push in this spot, but really good pick. Like their whole push gets stopped because of this play, because none of them recognize that we need to be over here and they crabbed in an irrelevant spot and they didn't get any value out of it. Hey yo. So yeah, good stuff. Ooh, unfortunately you didn't get the pick. Yeah, I was at this push, very disappointing push from their perspective, but part of that was because you were able to find the opening and you got the pick that you needed. So that defense was on you. Good stuff. But I do think some of the bomb pressure from your splash did help slow them down, but that shouldn't have stopped them in the first place. I think they were a little bit nervous of pushing and taking space when there was no reason to. Dang. That was a really good idea. We'll let the play cook and then we'll back up a little bit. Wait, someone popped off? Wait. Was that the Dizzy pop off maybe? I love this play. This is such a small way to like keep this play running. Pick up the clam, immediately throw it to your team so that they have an easy chance to pick it up and score it. And then you go back to picking up, you know, either you're going to get pity or however it is that you decide playing it. But that little small, that one clam could make the difference between you being able to hold with long enough and have the timer of the basket open long enough. So I love those small objective decisions that it seems like you're very comfortable doing that. So like kudos for your objective awareness. That was a little dangerous of a throw. I don't know why we didn't use crab in that spot. Maybe we lost control before we felt comfortable using it. Either way, it was a really good push. I'm interested to see how this whole thing developed. It's unfortunate you didn't get your bubble down in time. I'm going to back it up a little bit more after the retake and just see how you all play it. Yeah, working together and finding, because in this type of spot, like I like the way Joe's playing this and is looking for like taking an off angle and looking to slow down the momentum of you all's push. I like the idea, and y'all did an excellent job of like sniffing it out and getting the pick. And then what's my point? Oh, good paint by Stan. Okay, so Stan just popped off with like this paint is so good to prevent ballpoint. Like they just wasted like their entire ink tank to throw a fizzy bomb and we immediately cancel it out. Like that's a sick play. Super minor, but I was wondering why our ballpoint sitting here. Yeah, they probably should have the discipline. The second their fizzy bomb gets stuck, they probably should jump out and use this block as cover, but that's a lot happening at one point. I would not make that mistake. VP should never throw yeah, unless they're like immediately popping their Zipcaster after or their Inkjet after. I'm kind of with you, but yeah, that's tough. As a heads up play from Stan to deny the paint, but that's tough. And then you're looking for an opportunity to move in. Yeah, it was unfortunate. like dying when the bubble's already been deployed like feels bad. I'm about to watch how I throw the match. Oh no. But I like the idea of what you went for, and your team is able to like play around it. So okay, so Stamper was popping off, and then we get that. So one thing I would say in this scenario, we'll see how it goes, but I don't like that our splash I think should be sitting on snipe with clams. I think we give up the put. I think we actually should KO here. As long as the clam spawns are favorable, which it kind of looks like it is happening. I think at a certain point, like even here, I'd probably get in position for crab, but I'm okay with it. But once your team wipes them, okay, they score their clams. That's sick. Why did that thing respawn? Dude, I don't know how clam pods work. We just picked up the pod, and then another one spawns immediately behind it. But your machine, honestly, maybe not the machine. Someone on your team should be getting those clams. Or you could also not worry about those clams and like have your splash get up here and slowly get these clams in to stall long enough for you to get the power clam in. Like you have enough time with these 4 clams to where you can throw them in, definitely get this, and have crab ready to pop whenever. Like you'll have a good amount of time left. So I think it's a little bit of a throw here. Like if Dizzy probably wants to watch underneath ledges, but maybe we don't spam our clams in here. This is hard. This is really hard. But there's no reason why our splash isn't crabbing up here. Y'all are in a potential KO push, and you're going for that. We need to stall. We're in a 3v4 for the next while, and we have a crab to potentially allow us to still hold control versus like getting that in and then immediately throwing the push. So this just seems like a lack of adaptation where, you know, I like that our splash is going for clams and picking them up and scoring them, but yeah, we give up. We're in lockout and we give up lockout for seemingly no reason when we have a special to set us up for that. We're just like too greedy for clams. Like it's unfortunate that the pods are getting farther and farther, but like, you know, everyone's going for clams and no one's focusing on control. Sometimes teams need to let the basket close and maintain the spam camp, then reopen safely. Yeah, for sure. But I think they could do it, like as long as they time everything properly, because they end up like spamming their scores like immediately, which kind of hurts the stall getting in the pity clam. But I don't know, as a splash player, at least for me, I'm calling that I'm like on this map, especially for this mode, anytime that the enemy team snipes open and I have crab, that's where I'm at, and I'll tell someone else to do the objective work. I don't care. I'm crabbing up here. Also really random, but how often do you think about, like, this is a very interesting, I don't, you're playing like billiards with your curling bomb, but like it's very creative. How creative are you when it comes to throwing curling bombs? Because a lot of times people just throw them forward. I don't know if you meant for it to, I mean, maybe you did. I don't know the 5-head geometry you're doing whenever you're popping curling bombs, but like where this curling bomb lands is like perfect. And this feels a little bit lucky, but maybe it's a setup that you have. But how often do you like have these? That's so good. Like it's inconsequential, but it's so good. But I don't know if like, because curling bombs kind of need that level of like dedication in order to like have those setups, but I don't know. I know some, like most people that use curling bombs get comfortable enough to like, you know, you can hold it down and like reduce the timer, and like I think some people are good with that, but when I want to get to certain places, when you play roller, you know how you have to throw it. That's super sick. Yeah, like there's probably so much just like curling bomb tech from all of your games that other players that use curling bombs could probably take advantage of. Because like that last curling bomb is just like so good. I kind of want to play a curling bomb weapon because I want to sit in recon and just like play around with angles like that, but also that sounds miserable in terms of having to make it work. But it's sick to see someone have a curling bomb and dedicate themselves to like actually getting value with it. Smoke entry, yeah, no, I can definitely see that. I've had that happen to me playing against you, so yeah, no, I can definitely tell a lot of this is deliberate. I just don't know to what degree of deliberacy, if that's a word. I don't know how deliberate you're trying to be, but the curling bombs are super sick. Yeah, just patient play till you find the opening. This is like how you get the most value out of bubble, especially in Clan Blitz, because this happened to us where but this was against a different team. I think we were playing against Sir Skit in some tournament, and there was a TC game. Oh no, it was TC and Clams. But the one I'm thinking of was Clams Manta, and yeah, it's like you get the initial frag, like you play really slow, get the initial pick, and then throw down the bubble, and it's just like GG. Yeah, I like that you continue to move. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think we should have decided, because I can tell that your brain wants to sit here and get the pick on the jump in. I think we should have disregarded that plan a lot faster. This is all sick. At this point, I'm probably just taking this fight, or I'm like trying to take really wide space that they have to go out of their way to deal with. Like you have this slowdown because you want this pick. And if you kept moving in any other direction, you probably don't have to deal with this. But I like your movement after, but when this person's solely focusing on you, you probably have to give this up kind of thing. This feels a little bit greedy on your part, but the idea is great. And obviously the entry is like super patient and like very, very good V-roller play. But sometimes the juicy opportunities, if they're too risky, we just have to let it go. If you go back a few seconds, I throw curling away to beat and then leave, go back in. Yeah, thank you for talking about the nuance of curling bombs, because I'm not fully thinking about it. It's probably farther back than that. Let's take it back after the initial, because the initial curling bomb that explodes in front of you when you're turning the corner is like super sick. Yeah, we're just gonna go back to when you were in mid, and then we'll find it and we'll spot it out. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the one thing I really like about that curling bomb is that you're also like I can tell during this time you have the plan in mind. Like you have your paint kind of set, and you know like what safe path you can take to get into position. So you stall a little bit, and then yeah, you're ready to go in after. Waiting for the Zipcaster to go in, yeah. This is good stuff. Patience here, super sick, yeah. And I got you with the second curling bomb, like you were saying, that you throw it toward mid so that you're able to more safely go in. Yeah, that was really good play. That's the thing when playing roller, like the rollers that basically not Flingza, but like whenever I watch you know, my own teammate Saf playing Carbon, or watching like Volti play Carbon, and seeing here with V-roller, like I love the patience, and I love like the movement. It's super impressive, but super necessary in order to make these things work. And the amount of patience that you all have to have this work is I don't know, like y'all are comfortable in a lot of very uncomfortable scenarios, but you know that if you can find that one opening, like it's worth. That wall movement's really good. Really, really good. That wait, can can you crush crabs if you hit them from the back like that? That was a weird way of phrasing it, but like if it doesn't matter that they're like slightly elevated. Yeah, that was an unfortunate play. There was a big play potential there. I don't know if maybe you messed up mechanically, or maybe if you thought that something might have I'm not sure what happened to not allow for that, but it seems like a tough angle, but I think the idea was pretty good there. You might have been able to go top mid instead of going to the left, but I like the play. There's a chance you get a double there for free, so I don't hate it. But I feel like maybe we can play it a little bit. Maybe we can go this way, or maybe we can go up this way. Like this works, but I don't know. Like this is where I don't know like the startup time of like V-Roller. Maybe if you go a little bit higher, it gives your horizontal a little bit more time. Which it seems like that's what you're trying to do. Just a little unfortunate. Something very subtle with the curling ball. True. Back it up just a little bit. A zip here. I like the small jump there. Yeah, there's a lot of small things to dissect. Yo, what's up, Jorge? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And have a good night. Right flicked when Zip came out. Stan could follow up with a quick vertical to take space. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of nuanced stuff like goes over. Go over a non-roller player's head. That's sick though. Yeah, what's up, Rick? Welcome in. Give me 1 second. I think the sheets might be dry. But yeah, this wall movement is really good. And just like working within the paint that we have. That's like a skill that you have to have as a roller. Is like playing within the confines of the paint that we have, and you have to be very good with your movements. But it was unfortunate. They used a bunch of specials, so they kind of surrounded you. But anyways, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I need to get bed sheets on because it's getting late, and I think the bed sheets just got finished drying. I think there's a thing that I can put. Oops. Making bed. 5 minutes, please. All right, we'll be right back. Alrighty. Sorry, the duvet covers take forever. You like tie it up, flip it around a couple times. It gets hectic. Okay. Voice jump scare, my bad. Yo, what up, Celeste? Hello, 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 hello. All right. Okay. So enemy team has quite a bit of clams, but y'all got a couple picks. Looking for our N. Again, I like that we're just playing around cover. I'm just working with our team. What happened there? I don't even know what happened. I don't even think you played it poorly. I feel like the weapon didn't even like work how you wanted it to. I guess you did overshoot it, but I don't know. Okay, hey, if you know it's a mechanical mess up, because sometimes I've been ran over by a V roller, or just a roller in general, and it'll like boot me away and not do any damage. Like I swear that weapon messes up sometimes. There you did overshoot it, but I'm surprised the crush didn't work. But it was hard to tell. Nice play though. Oh yeah, real quick when we... Nice, that's sick. Okay, real quick, I wanted to go back and see... I want to see how your team responds after you get splatted. Because like y'all get the pick. And then you end up going for this play. Okay, Stan's able to go in. Yeah, as a really good zipcaster to stall. Stan the goat, and then you're able to get in. Nice, yeah. That was potentially dangerous. I actually don't know if you need to be going in. I'm wondering if it's better here for you to like cut off space. Like obviously you don't want to get splatted by the 52, but I wonder if you get like vertical flicks this way and just like try to get paint so that the rest of your team has an easier time closing in. It's tough though because if you start going for flicks, they can swing and try to pop you, but you have like 3 people with you. I don't know. I feel like this play shouldn't have ended with your machine getting caught and stuck in a fight here. Which I'm guessing they were playing snipe. This isn't the biggest of deals, but like... when you're up in this case in a 4v2, which realistically in mid it's a 4v1, but I don't think y'all know that. I guess they assume that... that 52 backed up as well? This play makes more sense if we assume no one's in mid. But I don't know if we're able to assume no one's in mid. We saw them jump. But you saw them, right? Yeah, you definitely saw them. Yeah, maybe your machine thought that they... like maybe they just trusted that y'all were gonna clean up. But I wouldn't have been that aggressive if there was still that threat in mid. But either way, unfortunate, y'all still like Y'all still manage, and like I love the speed of this play. The enemy team setting up for their like push up the ramp, and you just disrupt. Like you're able to like your timings like disrupt what they're trying to do, and like stuff like Fizzy Bomb and getting specials out like take some time. Respect that you blame yourself and not the weapon. That's how you get better. Yeah, for sure. But I'm not even kidding. Roller messes up all the time. I don't play the weapon, but I've played against it and I've survived. I've gotten booped from it. I don't know how. Like, I'll get booped from the roller and it does no damage to me. Oof. That's some nice movement. It's a little bit dangerous, but like this is, you know, what you need to be doing as roller. So I think it's like a very good play. This play feels a little bit weird. Because Stan ends up going through and not taking space. Like they end up getting hit by the... What's it called? The machine? But could they have not just moved forward? Like they had to have backed up. Yeah, I don't like this. Can Stan not just like... Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, unless there's something else. But can't Stan just like go wide? Like again, if we just like hold over here. Maybe we're a little bit scared, but like... You have to also think from the enemy's perspective. Like, all we have to worry about right now is the machine. And if we had to guess, like is machine gonna play over here and look to take control of this, or like play near the basket and stall with fizzies? And like they're probably gonna stall with fizzies. So I feel like there's an easy open opportunity before the rest of the enemy team spawns in. Like there is a chance that Miner, which Miner's capable of hitting some crazy shots. I was mentioning them before, has like really cracked mechanically on machine. But yeah, I think instead of painting for this, I think Stan just takes wide. I mean, we can sit up here if we want to. I would just go wide and just hit vertical slashes and just like be annoying until ballpoint's in position to do stuff. I think that slight hesitation prevents you from being able to break it in. And then yeah, because if Stan takes that space, then it doesn't matter who's taking the ball in this kind of case. But either way, I really love that adaptation. Like I love the initial flick underneath the basket, and then the horizontal flick through the grate is as a heads up V-roller play. But also what happens with the rest of the team in this spot? Because why do we go 3 down? I feel like we shouldn't be going 3 down. Maybe you get the initial pick and everyone's like flooding. Booyah. We get stuck with Booyah. Okay, that's tough. Could Dizzy have just stayed alive after this though? Because that claim is not worth their life. Yeah, they could have. Yeah. Because in the spot, those claims don't mean anything. There's a chance, like, in the scope of the game, like, y'all are looking potentially for KO. And then very quickly, the dynamic of the push shifts. Because, like, especially with the pod scoring that close, is like, y'all are potentially looking to KO, so your mentality is like, okay, we get this in, I throw Booyah, we can KO here. And then it's like, okay, I'm gonna go throw my stuff. But we should have been aware of this, and we even had a moment of hesitation that we probably could have backed up and survived. But like not dying there is important. It's good that your splash makes it out though. I like that they stay alive and they need to you know, them safely poking back here with bombs just to slow the enemy team from taking your ramp is nice, but they need to also get special. I don't know how close they are. Yeah, they're about halfway. It's a little bit uncomfortable, but it's okay. Nice pack. Ooh. Yeah, and they still weren't able to get special. Oh, this is tough. Oh no. Yeah, this is panic. Yeah, it's probably G. GG. I don't want to reset it, so I'm going to go back to a first person perspective here, but there's a couple of interesting things in terms of the overall like macro. So the first thing here is that like I don't know. I think Dizzy probably should just back up here, but I can understand mentality wise, y'all are looking to KO. So like it's a very quick mentality shift of like how you have to play and what you're playing for. That being said, I like the poking here, but we need to be doing more general painting. We need to be getting our crab. Like we're poking with bombs right now, we need to have crab. The fact that we don't have crab right now is throwing. Like we should have crab and we should be positioned top left. So there's a couple of timings here. If you can get crab fast enough to be on top of snipe, it's a little bit risky, but it's potentially doable. But like taking these fights over here, the splash needs to be the responsible one on the team. The paint. Like there's a ton of paint, there's paint back there, there's a bunch of paint over here. There might even be paint in the pits. Yeah, there's a ton of paint over here. We very quickly get crab in this spot, which doesn't like get us out of this scenario altogether, but it at least gives us an opportunity to do something. And we can like, there's a lot of options. So even if we haven't gotten crab at this point, if we paint over here, we have crab. And we can either look to crab here and get this angle behind them so they can't, because they need to rally a really big push. So if we're able to just chip their back line, the rest of our team's gonna have a little bit of an easier time doing stuff, so because they have less ability to move and they're weak. So that's one option. You can go for it up here, but this is a little bit risky and there's a chance that you just get one shot. Just because I at this point I don't know when like Ballpoint's getting their special. It's nice that the machine is down. That's another thing. The other thing that you could do is jump out completely and then crab up here, which is a lot slower, but I don't know. It just depends on like where the enemy team is at and you have to like make a decision. But I don't like that part of it. I'm not sure how people are dying here. Is this the last review? Probably. I need to get some sleep. Yo, what's up, Zekish? Haha, so true. So true, so real. But yeah, this will probably be the last reviews for tonight. I'll be streaming tomorrow, but yeah, like we're too quick to stop the push when we know our teammates are still trying to spawn in and we don't have specials. But again, our crab should be, our splash should be screaming that they're close to crab, and we need to wait for that. But I've been here. We literally watched a clip playing your team, and or part of your team. I don't. There's so many people on your roster, but the Rainmaker game where I just started feeding in and wiping, so I can empathize with you from a very fresh experience not too long ago. But you know, we didn't really get any specials out there in that entire sequence, and that feels bad. But all in all, it's a sick game. Really impressed with like your just overall movement. Because when I watch good Carbon players, especially like Volty, it's like their movement around I always call it chunky ink or just like spotty ink. Ink where it's like a mix of yours and like the enemy. And you kind of have to like maneuver your way efficiently to like keep your momentum and keep your speed. Like you do that really well, and like your curling bomb setups are super sick. And like your timings with your teammate specials to push in was really nice. And I liked your ability to get bubbles down. One of them was a little unfortunate that I think you might have pushed a little bit too far, but it like popped over you and it was, you know, within a few frames of protecting you. So sometimes that's just a little tough. Trying to think overall, like for yourself. And yeah, like their first push, your decision making to like track the 52, like going back and forth on this right side and like just capitalizing on that pick, it just like saved y'all a ton of points. Is overall super, super good. Waiting for my bubble buff. Real. Honestly, it's kind of scary to see bubble work as intended. But I think a lot of stuff that deploys, because Splash Ball has a similar issue. It might just be the way that those things are coded, but if they do tighten those up, that would be very scary. Yo, what's up, Mars? Oh, welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, I think overall, like, I don't know. I think you played it like really well. The only real criticisms I have are like from the team overall, I think. I think there were some unfortunate spots. Like there was little mechanical issues where we had like 3 people over here, but like, you know, I'm not going to nitpick mechanical stuff because I think if you have another opportunity, you'd like to use bubble, nothing's up. Gotcha. Yeah, I think your bubble selection was great this game, especially like on offense. Like finding your pick, like patience, finding your pick, and then establishing a bubble for control is just like y'all got a lot of big pushes out of it. But I'm trying to think back through this entire game. I really don't think that there's anything that I can think of that I'm like, I don't know. I thought it was fine. There's definitely a couple of things like for your entire team that I would say, which like you're partially involved in, but I would say like I think understanding and like respecting game states and pushing them forward and knowing when to do one versus the other. Like being comfortable in like all the different decision points that you're in. Honestly, I'd say this for Nightmare as well. They absolutely botched their first push. That was surprising. I think both of your teams need to like, especially against the comps that both of y'all are playing, like holding this area on offense is massive. And I think both of you had opportunities to stand there either with a weapon that has a lot of range, like a stamper, or something that has a wall and can skirmish, like a 52 on the other team. And honestly, I think both teams botched really, really nice pushes by not capitalizing on that. So yeah, part of this is like take important areas. I don't feel like writing out the word important, so I'm going to say take KO spots. Spots on the map that in the game. And on your push, it's Stamper in one spot here, and your Crab sitting up here. Or wait, sorry, wrong side of the map. But like your Crab sitting up on Snipe, and just having all of this vision. Or your Stamper pushing up with the window that they have. And not worrying about painting for a teammate that's going to have a curling bomb going in. But again, a lot of this is because of I can feel the nerves through the clip. And then the other thing, which is just common, is avoid wipe during scores. I think this was a scenario that you played very aggressively because you're like the entry. And I think it's fine for you to like take very risky plays. And then a lot of times you actually had it work out really well, and you had big plays that either created pushes or just gave space to your team. So I think you played this part really well, but this is like the spot where Dizzy like throws the booyah bomb over here and tries to score clams instead of playing more responsible. But just in general, like I will say that like your Splash did a really good job of surviving, but the more people that survive, the better it goes. When you go back and watch a lot of like the Splatoon World Cup or World Championship, whatever it's called, Splat World Championship, whatever that tournament that happened today was, just basically in every scenario, a lot of the Japanese teams, they play very disciplined and they reduce the amount of deaths at every step of the way. And like if they push in for a clam blitz, like push or whatever, like they'll have like one, maybe like two people potentially get splatted and the other two are making out safe. And that it allows them to establish control either in mid or allow very good control on, you know, like they didn't play Scorch, I don't think, or maybe they did. I think there was a Scorch DC. I don't remember. Either way, you know, but they can, your team, if two of you are alive, y'all can at least refight for mid because you're able to very comfortably hold like your plat area. And with one person, it can be tough. I think the one person in those spots did about as good as they could have done, but I think your team could also, and you know, again, this is saying someone that we literally watched a clip of me feeding multiple times and throwing away a tournament game. So, you know, I understand like the pressure of the scenarios and how easy it is to just like get lost in the moment kind of situation. But there was a lot of just unneeded deaths. And there were spots where we just get people into important spots. And yeah, again, I don't know. I think it was nerves in a lot of spots, but it's also important that we figure that out. And then the last thing when it comes to the game state is like plan around specials. And I could tell that we weren't planning around specials. In most cases this game, it was Crab, because Crab is just very, very good on this map on average. I think aggressively, I would say mainly this is defense. Obviously, it's important on both, but I think on offense, you actually played this really, really well. I think especially the way that you played it as the roller and pairing it with a Booyah or pairing it with the Zipcaster in so many scenarios, like that was super sick. But like this last hold should not go down the way it goes down. You know, people wipe, people lose is totally fine, but I don't think it should happen without getting at least a crab out. And I don't think the rest of your team knew that there was a crab basically like almost ready kind of thing. And so that led to your machine initially going down, and then that led to, you know, just this continual stagger, where if we had a little bit more either communication or more information from the entire team to know, you know, I'm 80% the special, give me like, you know, give up the score, give me 3 seconds to get into position, and then that way the entire team can start focusing on actually retaking after they get the initial score and when you have your specials already ready to go. But again, a lot of this is just, it feels like tournament nerves. You know, this is a match that obviously y'all are playing against a team that would be a nice result, and I think it's also probably a little bit more personal just because of I think you all are like friends, and you know, Storm and stuff being your coach, you know, it's definitely something you want to win, but yeah, those were some lost opportunities. Yeah, I guess I'll just add it on to here, but like just certain adaptation when it comes to like, you know, late into the push, your splash can crab up here, and then we need to communicate that someone else needs to get clams. Or, you know, you're going all the way back to pick up this pity. We're in a 3v4, so we can't have 2 other people also picking up clams and trying to score. We just have to use the clams that we have, because I think you had like 4 clams at least. to just keep the basket open long enough so that we get this clam in, and then we're at full strength again, and we can look to continue feeding in more clams. But adapt when it's needed. You know, later on in that push, like Stan was already this far up when you made a clam here, and before I really applauded when you picked up one single clam in this spot, threw it to your team, and went back this way to help keep the basket open, and that was super sick. But in this type of scenario where like you already have a teammate that's in front, you throwing it behind your teammate and then they have to like turn around, pick up the clam, and then come back, it's just a lot of wasted time. But you know, y'all are really good at like juggling objective, so it's just making sure that you're comfortable communicating and reprioritizing when it's necessary, because I think there was a lot of lost opportunities for that. But you know, in terms of like make or break at the level that you all are at when it comes to being very deliberate, when it comes to, you know, taking fights with your team and setting up plays with your team, this whole game was like super sick. So really good stuff. Like I said, I don't know anything specific that you did outside of like the consequences of the team at large, but I really like the way that you played this game. So anyways, that's all I got. Yo, Crow, thank you for the follow, my friend. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. But thank you for the replay. How sick. And definitely good luck. Y'all have gotten, I think y'all had like a few breakout results, and y'all have been able to consistently get results after, which is really, really awesome to see. So I'm sure we can expect you all to continue your very high placings and very consistent placings, and you know, based off of, you know, the level of micro decisions that you're making as a roller player and the coordination within the team as a whole, it's very obvious as to why you all are seeing the success that you're seeing. But yeah, really good game overall. But yeah, I think this death number probably is a little bit higher than it needs to be. And yeah, I don't know. Everything else is like solid. I don't know. This crab should have been at least one higher. But 5 crabs is pretty solid in a game. So yeah, overall, like y'all took advantage of your pushes super well. And I think if you play back the end of that game 10 more times, at least 80% of the times you're crushing it, even under all the pressure. Funny, the first tournament, it was an unofficial team. We won Krill Strict 3. No prior practice. Nice. Yeah. Sometimes there's teams where just like stuff just kind of clicks. Like obviously you'll continue to build and continue to improve, but I think your team, again, I'm somewhat newer to the community, so I don't fully know everyone, but I think most of you all have like you'll have like a good amount of comp experience from my guess. Where'd the replays go? Oh well. So it makes sense, you know. You put the right tools together, and you know, like Stan is ridiculous at Stamper, you're ridiculous at Roller, and then I think your Splash and your Machine are just like very, like those weapons, you just have to be very solid. I haven't seen each of them play enough in order to understand like mechanically where they're at, just because I've played against Stan a million times, not a million, but quite a bit during Splatoon 3 with we always got matched against Wipeout Punks in a lot of tournaments, and like, or just like pickups that Stan was on, and like Stan is, I know Stan's mechanics because I've cried playing against them quite often, and you know, especially watching, like I respected your Roller, but like really seeing how you incorporate like the thoughtfulness with a lot of your with your curling bombs, and just the effortless movement when it comes to moving through weird paint patterns. Like I have another level of appreciation for the way that you play the game with Roller. So hopefully it inspires some more Roller plays, because I think that there's definitely something there. Although maybe I don't want to see more Roller plays, because it's annoying to deal with. You Roller players that's tough. But good stuff, good stuff. Anyways, yo, what's up, Star Girl? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. My buddy's team, Krill Streak. I think there was a tournament called Krill Streak. Yeah, we're gonna be done for the night, but if you or if anyone else has reviews, feel free to join the Discord. There is a VOD submission channel, and there are quite a few there, which is super, super sick. We'll probably have a long stream coming up in the middle of the week, and you know, before the end of the season we will get through all of it. So we will continue pushing through. You know, I appreciate talking with you all. I appreciate everything, and yeah. The OG name was Spacebar. I have no idea. I was not an OG by any means. Oh yeah, Under Pressure. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Under Pressure was the series name, but yeah, they had a set of tournaments. Or I think still do. I don't know. But either way, I'll find someone to send you all to. Who's playing Splatoon? Everyone's playing Zelda. What the heck? This is crazy. Is there anyone new that I don't follow? Is there someone that I recognize, or it could be interesting? Oh wait, I think this is a Div 2 player. I think maybe they're like Chile. I think they're Div 2. It's like Misail. I don't remember exactly what team they're on. I don't know if they're on a team right now. I've lost to them in a tournament before. They're very good. I see them on Twitter all the time. Are they not on a team right now? I don't know, but they just started streaming, so this is going to be very high quality gameplay. So definitely enjoy. It looks like they're playing some Wiper. But very good player, very aggressive player. Lot to learn from, and I need to follow them. But thank you all. Have a good night. I'll catch you all soon. Definitely, you know, I appreciate all of the conversation. I definitely appreciate the patience. I know I've been a little bit back and forth. Appreciate all the love from Sir Skit, Pika Dave, and all of the other new faces and familiar faces. Oh yeah, also Voiden, I forgot, rated earlier into the stream. So I appreciate all of you so much. Rally, there's so much love today. What the heck? Rally, thank you for this raid as well. I forgot, like, the first 2 hours of the stream was me just vamping. So I kind of forgot what happened in a lot of spots, but either way, appreciate you all. We'll be back for a lot of streams, and hopefully be able to do more and more. I'm working on some stuff in the back end, and hopefully I have some stuff to share with you all sooner rather than later. But take care, drink water, get some sleep, take care of yourself. Be nice to the Splatoon community, be nice to the casuals. Try to make the community a more positive and impactful place, compared to, you know, leave the community better off than where you left it. But I think the raid's gonna happen now. Discord? No. Thank you. All right, have a good night, everyone. Take care. Then we hit the end stream and then end record.